Okay. Let's get into it. No, your explanation makes sense. It's just amusing to me. Since, you know, every time I've referred to it, I've had to manually count each item in the list. Which is fine. Obviously, that's substantially better than, you know, having to tabulate it all myself. I'm so sorry, Mike Romano. May God have mercy on your soul.
This is Station Korriban's flame to unidentified vessel. You have violated Imperial space. Submit your security clearance or be destroyed.
You said I could leave this to you. Go ahead.
Transmitting clearance code now.
Stand by while I... We're so pleased you're here, Grand Moff. You'll find our security airtight.
That is unlikely.
I've cleared a docking bay for you. Please proceed with your landing, sir.
For the moment, they believe I am Grand Moff Fresh. But this ruse will not hold. Prepare to kill everyone.
Killing everyone might make finding out what's happening here a little difficult.
Cripple those you think possess information. Kill the rest. Don't waste any time. Destroy the enemy while we have the elements of surprise.
Okay. I guess. Hi Hazardous, hi Ect, hi Damashi, hi Mike Romano, hi Mr. Red, hi Malachor, hi Blade Taval. Damashi asks, every Baldur's Gate game thus far has had a super legendary boss. What would you want for 3? Now you posit the Tarrasque, which would be a hell of a fight, and we probably finally
Report your ailments.
we probably actually have the technology in the game design to finally do that. I mean, imagine a Tarrasque in BG2, that would fall flat, right? That being said, honestly, I'm not sure I have a better idea than the Tarrasque. Oh, come on, camera. There we go. If I had to pick something other than a Tarrasque, let me think about that for a second. See you around, Act. Get some rest. Hi, Chaotic. Hi, Schmidolf. And yeah, Tarrasques are pretty big. They're pretty big. Of course I did Pika. About releases that are happening this winter, if memory serves. AKA probably nothing of interest to me, admittedly. Unless there's something I missed. I'll still watch it, of course, if I ever have time. Hello, Latario. Could the Jedi Knight kill a Tarrasque? Of course they could. Listen, we are playing the sister of Takuma. No Tarrasque could ever stand against our might. Your laptop is protesting Jedi Knight, that's what it is. Can we talk about tomorrow? I assume you mean, can we talk about it tomorrow? I mean, you'll see it before I do. I'll be streaming when it goes live.
Right on time. You're practically a droid. I knew if I applied the right stimulus, you couldn't resist coming here.
Something's wrong with Leha. She's not herself. She tricked me.
Jomar was chasing proof you'd fallen to the dark side. He fell into my trap like a greedy child. You were just as easy.
So, did someone flip your evil switch? Because that's exactly how they do this. And no, I cannot, Giga Pudding.
The Emperor is dominating your mind. Resist him.
Please, don't hurt her. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Poor boy. You think you love me. But what we shared in secret on Tython was only a shadow of true passion.
They indulged their base desires. Impressive.
I'll show you true ecstasy, Jomar. But first things first.
Remember, she went evil because she decided to love somebody.
I don't want to hurt you. If you care about Jomar, surrender.
Surrender is for the weak. Jomar had that option. You don't. You remember the meaties? I gave my little droid friends a few upgrades I think you'll enjoy. Briefly.
Yay. Anyways, so, yeah, I don't know if I could think of something other than a Terraz. How about a worm that walks? It usually is one of the first things I think of when I think of truly horrific legendary level creatures. I mean, 100 damage a round simply for being in the same square as someone is nothing to, sneeze at. So let's see. Tario's question I'm still holding on to. Apparently, Toby Fox wrote a fanfic about Sans, which I have not seen, so I can't speak of. What are my thoughts on Drew Karpyshyn? I'm sure he's a perfectly good author. I've just never seen that.
Stop! 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 Where are we?
Leha, it's me. You're going to be all right.
My poor droids. How did we get here?
You see what I mean? It's just a frickin' switch that they flip. Yeah, I know. The Emperor, blah, blah, blah.
You've been under the Emperor's control. You tortured Jomar and tried to kill me.
No. That's not possible. No. I can feel the Emperor's presence. He hates you. The things he made me do.
Come home to Tython. Master Satele will help you. I have no right to ask you for anything, but the Council doesn't need to know about us. Please, keep our relationship to yourself.
It's not my job to expose your indiscretion.
Thank you. I'm sorry for all of this. I was wrong about you. My mission wasn't a total failure. I overheard Leha delivering orders from the Emperor to a high-ranking Sith Lord.
On Voss.
I couldn't hear details, but I know someone named Lord Fulminus went on a secret mission to the planet Voss.
Lord Fulminus. The Emperor isn't taking any chances with Voss.
I'll take Leha home. Thank you for saving her. Us.
You're welcome. Now get the crap out of here. See you around, drama. Let's see here. What would I say if Satele denies me the master position because I'm too dark-sided? That's pretty much exactly what I'm expecting.
Master Satele, I rescued Jomar and found Leha Nerez. She's been under the Emperor's control and needs your help. They're headed for Tython now. I also learned a high-ranking Sith named Fulminus is on the planet Voss.
That is disturbing news. Voss was discovered only recently. Its society is dangerously unbalanced. The people worship an elite group of Force users who rule with absolute authority. Despite our best efforts, Voss's government rejects the Jedi Code.
The Emperor has always taken a great interest in that world. I thought he sought to conquer it, but clearly he intends its destruction.
Go to Voss. Find Lord Fulminus and stop his plans.
Okay.
This is Jomar Chul. I wanted to thank you again for saving Leha, and I appreciate you keeping our relationship to yourself. I'm helping her recover from what happened. It's slow going, but she's making progress. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I consider you a true friend. Jomar Chul out.
I mean, something that's actually pretty common is that there are authors who basically yo-yo in quality, right? Like an individual writer doesn't... Okay. In my experience, most writers put out consistent relative quality to the kind of writing they put out, right? There's a fairly smooth line of quality. Then there's some writers who just kind of go all over the place. And I think Karpashin is one of those.
We're in orbit around Voss, Master Satil.
Be wary when you reach the surface. Voss is a strange world under the absolute control of a group of powerful Force users called the Mystics.
I feel like you just said that.
The Mystics reject the idea that the Force has both...
Literal seconds ago.
Side. They claim to follow a neutral path, both in their politics and the Force. Despite their claims, I fear the Mystics have more in common with the Sith than with us.
Are you saying the Voss are servants of the dark side?
The Mystics use the visions given to them by the Force to control the lives of ordinary citizens. Like the Sith, they use their power to dominate others.
The Mystics are prophets who shape the direction of Voss society. The Emperor wants to wipe out all life in the galaxy. Hardly the same thing.
The dark side is subtle and insidious, as you well know. The Emperor did not begin his conquest of the galaxy by declaring his true intentions.
I'll be careful while I'm down there, Master.
A Jedi must be ever vigilant. But the Mystics are not your primary concern. We haven't uncovered the Emperor's plan to destroy Voss yet, but he recently dispatched a Sith Lord named Fulminus to this system.
Lord Fulminus created the Harrowers you faced in the Emperor's fortress. Be wary.
I don't care what kind of creatures he surrounds himself with. When I find him, he's dead.
Your bloodlust is unsettling. You must try to control your emotions, especially when working with the former Emperor's wrath. We know Fulminus is somewhere on Voss. He's communicating with the Emperor through an encrypted communications relay. We've detected several signal scramblers outside the planet's capital city of Voss Ka. Disable them, and we can track the comm signal to his location.
You can count on me.
If you act quickly, you should be able to disable all the scramblers before Fulminus knows what's happening. Then we can find him. May the Force be with you.
You know, I would almost agree with you on that, Malachor. Because, after all, we all know that the most good character I play in this game is a Sith warrior who is definitively using the dark side. Anyway, so... Overall, which KOTOR Tor protagonists have the best team between Revan, the Exile, and the 8 protagonists? Oh, Jesus, I don't know. I don't even know all of them off the top of my head. Pass. Okay. I can only... Damn it, Mr. Red asked me another one. Should Peter Parker and Mary J. Watson be married and having kids? Yes, that should have happened in the 80s! How would you feel if you were an actual chosen one, having actual prophecies written about you centuries before? And that would be my actual reaction in universe. Whatever you want to tell yourself, Malachor, it's all good. I believe you. Wink. Hang on, I need to run this person over. Here I come. Plonk. Here we go. Although, actually, I suppose that's a bit of a loaded thing. Because here's the deal. I was about to say something, and I realized I was discounting all of the Republic storylines from that statement. Which I do, because all the Republic storylines suck, and therefore do not deserve to be taken into consideration when it comes to theory crafting. So if we just eject the 4 Republic storylines from existing, what we're left with is the 4 Sith storylines. And of those 4, I'm pretty sure I do the most good as the Sith warrior. I could be wrong about that, though. I mean, the agent can do a lot of good, too. No, I know, Latari. I'm still kind of dancing around that, because that's a question. Let's see here. Would Brandon Braga qualify as a yo-yo rider? By the way, sorry, hi, Walker. I didn't say hi. No. Weirdly enough, Brandon Braga is actually a very consistent writer. You're probably thinking, but he's written some absolute dreck and some really good stuff. Brandon Braga is not an example of a yo-yo writer. Brandon Braga is an example of what you get when you overwork a writer. I've actually talked about this several times. So, Brandon Braga got overworked. and then more overworked, and then more overworked, until finally, there's an interview. It's actually not from Braga. It's from the guy who took over in season 4. I can't think of his name right now. And that's gonna bother me. Hang on. To say he stopped caring is inaccurate. He was just overworked. Manny Cotto. There's an interview from Manny Cotto about what state Brannon Braga was in during Season 3. Braga had lost a substantial amount of weight, looked haggard, hadn't slept, or, excuse me, hadn't been eating properly, hadn't bathed in days, and was so strained and stressed he was having trouble keeping his eyes open. That is Brannon Braga as a writer. And that's the one of the reasons, one of several reasons, by the way, hi Geek Stuffer, that I do continue to have respect for Brannon Braga to this very day. The man gave a damn, even when being shoved down against the grind wheel by his boss. He tried, but there's only so much you can do when you're being stretched that thin. Now, that being said, the worst example of a yo-yo rider, I'm actually going to put Stephen King on that list. I know that sounds strange, especially since I don't like Stephen King, but the truth of the matter is that Stephen King, even I will admit, is a very high-quality writer. Sometimes. And then sometimes he churns something out because he needs to pay the bills. He himself has admitted this. This is not me throwing shade. That's just the nature of being a professional writer, to be completely blunt. So...
Embrace the power.
No, Lovecraft is pretty consistently bad, I'd say. That being said, the best yo-yo writer, unfortunately, is the answer that was already given in chat. Frank Miller. Frank Miller is... God, he has written some absolute dreck. But he's also written probably some of the most famous and well-beloved stories of several characters. And that's Frank Miller in a nutshell. So a yo-yo writer is... so most writers are consistent. You can pretty much follow the general quality of a writer historically, and it follows a consistent line or a consistent pattern. There are exceptions. Those exceptions are the yo-yo writers. This all came up because we were talking about Drew Karpyshyn, who has written some good stuff, I am told. Sorry, I don't mean to say that so negatively, just I haven't read anything of his that I consider to be particularly good. But I have read something of his that I consider to be total dreck. Which is very unfortunate.
Feel the power of the Sith.
So, let's see here. Let's come back to that Vader question, finally, that I've been putting off very much on purpose. So Lothario says, do you think Vader deserved to be redeemed? The problem is, that's not the question that needs to be asked. The question that actually needs to be asked there is, who is Darth Vader? So, who is Darth Vader? I've never read either of them, Lothario, sorry. If you don't understand the nature of the question, allow me to try and elucidate a little bit. But what this boils down to is Vader is Anakin, or Vader is a different person from Anakin. Both lines of thought have been posited since the 70s. Or at least since the 80s, I guess I should say. Sorry, it's the 80s. It is a very common argument. I'm not going to give my opinions on it, because I don't care. But
you survived.
It is definitely something that is debated back and forth. And it's something that has to be established, because Vader cannot be redeemed if he is not Anakin.
Now to get a fix on that signal. Signals originating from a nearby cave. Fulminus must be inside.
Lord Fulminus is dangerous, as are his apprentices. This won't be easy.
So, you'll notice I'm not even answering the same question, because how possibly could I? That being said, let us assume for a moment that Vader never existed and never will, and it's only Anakin Skywalker. So, at the end of New Hope, or sorry, Return of the Jedi, Anakin, who has always ever been Anakin, is like, wah, and tosses Palpatine down a pit. Somehow, Palpatine returns, and as a consequence, what we have is a redemption story, right? Wrong. So, there's an old narrative trope. It's called redemption equals death. The reason for that trope existing is because it is substantially easier to write than redemption. Because if you redeem a character and then they die, first of all, the audience is like, oh, okay, that's acceptable. They have paid for their crimes. You know, justice has been served, and they have died willingly as a great and heroic thing. Second reason they do that is it basically cleans everything up from a narrative perspective. No messy redemption arc, no dealing with what people think of it, no actual dealing with the legal justice system, or the vengeance justice system, or anything else. All of it's gone. Poof. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's a clean and easy answer to simply not write the aforementioned redemption story. That is why Vader dies, and that is why Vader is not redeemed. Excuse me, Anakin. Because he isn't. He starts to turn around, dies, the end. So that's my answer to you. Not only do I don't think Vader deserved redemption, I don't think he wasn't... Sorry. I don't think whether he deserved redemption or not is something even on the table. I think he wasn't redeemed.
You survived.
So Geek Stuffer says... Courage, do you mind? Geek Stuffer asks, can we hope for a rumination on this game after I finish it? Absolutely not. So... Obviously, I do usually put out ruminations on any game we stream. That's been policy for over a year at this point. Except if you're paying attention, we didn't do a rumination on Final Fantasy XIV, and that's for a frickin' reason. We also did not do one on Star Trek Online. First of all, we don't do ruminations on MMOs. That would be absolutely bonkers insane. Second of all, we don't do ruminations on MMOs because that would take absolutely forever. Any questions?
Outsider. Why are you here?
I'm not going to answer any questions until you tell me your name.
I am Tala Ray. You wear Jedi garb. Sith's sworn enemy. We want none of your war. I search for Fulminus. Do not interfere.
We both want the same thing. Maybe we should team up.
I seek Valen Da. He is a powerful mystic. I am sworn to protect him. 3 days ago, Valen Da left the Mystic Temple with Lord Fulminus. Neither have been seen since.
Bad morality, Lataria. Or bad writing, if you prefer.
I tracked a comm signal from Lord Fulminus to here. He could be hiding deeper inside.
You wish violence upon Lord Fulminus.
Listen to me. All Voss are in danger. Fulminus intends to kill everyone on this planet. I won't let that happen.
Your actions may harm Valen Da. That must not be. Leave.
No! Get back, you foul monsters! You want to peel the flesh from our bones!
Hello?
It's okay. Calm down. Nobody's here to peel off your flesh.
The beasts want to feast on our innards! Kill them before they chew out our guts! Ah!
Okay, that was confusing. We're actually on week 3, Mr. Red. I like Conan the Barbarian films. You know, I haven't seen those since I was a kid, so I'm not sure is the answer to that. Have I played Age of Conan? If you're talking about the MMO, yes. If you're talking about the more recent game I don't know the name of, No.
Called us monsters, mad with terror.
Lord Fulminus must have done something to destroy their minds.
He may not be to blame. Many who enter the wilds go mad. Here, a holo recorder.
Welcome back, Lord Fulminus. The ritual preparations are complete. Is this Voss going to be our first test subject?
Valandar is still useful to me. The same cannot be said of you.
No! Please don't! Ah! Ah! The monsters! I can see them! They're everywhere! They're all around me! No! No!
That's grim, even for a Sith Lord.
Fulminus often pleased the Emperor with his ruthless cruelty.
There is more.
We're done here. Take me to the Shrine of Healing. The journey is long. We must go now.
This clue seems a little too convenient to have been dropped by accident.
Valandar left the holo for me to find. Fulminus is dangerous. We must work together.
Okay.
We'll have a better chance if we team up.
Whatever.
The Shrine of Healing is sacred, a place of ancient power. Fulminus can cause great harm there. The journey to the shrine is arduous. I will make preparations. Here, the location of my supply camp. Meet me there. We will continue our mission.
I actually really hate Jadis, but he is a very well written. That's how you write a Sith to be absolutely terrifying, is Darth Jadis. Good God. Huh. The most evil Darth? Jadis. Or, you know, Tenebrae, if you count that. So someone asked, how could Vader be... Oh, I already answered that. Sorry, bad writing. But someone else said Vader, in the context of the prequels, was redeemed. I still disagree, but I think it's actually just that we're disagreeing on definitions and not source. Let me phrase this slightly differently. Most people, including writers, tend to think of redemption as a binary thing. 1 point, done. You step over the line, and you're redeemed. For me, I think of it more of a gradient thing. There's the beginning, there's the middle, and there's the end. Do I think Vader started being redeemed? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think he did anything else? No, he died immediately. And again, this is because writing pretty much demanded it. Someone in chat mentioned this, and this is absolutely true. Even ignoring, like...
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
This is a problem fiction tends to have is when the heroes think or know or say A, and everyone else just kind of goes along with it. Imagine for a moment if they redeemed Vader and he lived. Well, now the Rebel Alliance has Darth Vader, who has been redeemed and is no longer evil and is on the path to redemption. But everyone else is going to be like, hell, there are some people, quite a few people actually, who would probably look at Vader and say, I don't care that he's redeemed. He still did these horrible crimes and needs to be punished for that. Or executed with that, and so forth and so on. Like I said, it is a very quick and easy writing convenience to just kill off a character who is redeemed, because that way you don't have to deal with any of that. I love this little phase right inside this dinky little tent. Oh.
I'm here. Ready to enter the Shrine of Healing and stop Lord Fulminus?
I cannot. The shrine is forbidden to me. Make the pilgrimage alone. The Guardians will open the shrine.
Okay.
Hopefully this won't take long.
We will speak when you return from the shrine.
Cool. Ah! Sorry. I was trying to close a menu. Just gonna wait here. Hands off the keyboard. There we go. Thank you. I know, right, Tamashi? Yeah, I'm sorry, Geekster, I don't mean to sound too negative. It's just the practicality of actually sitting down and doing a rumination on an MMO. It actually causes a little bit of a panic attack in me. I'm not actually going to lie to you about that. Like, the thought of having to sit down and do a pre-recorded video discussing Tor, that's going to be weeks of my life spent recording probably tens of hours of footage. And that's just me talking into a camera. You know what I mean? There is way too much to cover here.
You survived.
One of the reasons why we do these kind of long-form things on stream. Did I ever successfully switch? Am I at the right spec? I am. Look forward to actually fixing my spec out over time. Although it looks like I have the exact same abilities. Hold on. Nope. Very slightly different. Very slightly different. Wow, look at that. That up there, and, yeah, that's... wow.
Outsider, the mystic Vaylendar told us you would come. You may enter the inner sanctum of the shrine.
Did he say anything else about me?
Only that you may enter.
I'm going in.
Enter.
I enter.
Monsters! Demons! Nightmare creatures come to feed on our flesh!
Hello? Right. Oh god, okay. Okay, hang on, let's back off a second. Let's just take pictures here. I have decided to enter. I love how I get Force Choke as a Jedi Knight, by the way. They don't call it that, they call it Force Stasis, but that's Force Choke. With less good voice acting, or, excuse me, sound effects. Anyways, to answer your question. So, Geek Stuffer asks, what is the world of Lorecraft? So the world of Lorecraft is, it's a lot of things. It is a... The story of World of Warcraft is one of the best video game stories I've ever encountered in my life, told terribly. It's something I've complained about mightily and many times. It is the fact that WoW, and I mean this, by the way, this is not me memeing or being hyperbolic. WoW's story is amazing, with incredible characters, fantastic arcs, and world building, and events, and plots, and moment, and just all the good stuff of storytelling. Except for the storytelling. I could name examples, but rather than do that, just trust me when I say that the story in WoW is told haphazardly and in pieces across literally over a decade of content. I wanted to sit down and make a way that people could enjoy the story of WoW. There's no financial benefit to that. Nobody funded it. Nobody donated towards it. It was just something I wanted to do for a long time. So I wanted to sit down and make the world of Lorecraft so that someone could watch that. It's hours long, but it's a big game. And appreciate and enjoy the story of WoW. That's the purpose and point of the world of Lorecraft. Now, you probably asked, how did I manage all that? Well, I made the world of Lorecraft last year. It took me about 4 months. Solid, working about, on average, 10 to 12 hours a day to get the World of Lorecraft series done. It was a horrific amount of work. I took a chance with the World of Lorecraft for new viewers. This is to what Caspian mentions. Because I had two choices with structuring the story, because a lot of it involved me writing events. Option one, I could tell things linearly, which would be, in my opinion, a huge mistake. Or option two, not really make a Skullman Spockman. I think I mentioned it in a single line. Option two, something I refer to as build-up storytelling. I'm sure there's a proper term for it. So what I mean by this is option one over here, and this is a little bit of writing advice too, that's why I'm mentioning this out loud, is I'm going to tell a story in the order that it happens. The problem with that is that human brains usually don't work that way, and by the time that anything is relevant, you'll probably have either forgotten about it, or you won't have significance or relevance for what's happening. If I told the story of WoW linearly, it would just be a jumbled mess. Instead, what I did was over here. So, here's a concept, here's a concept, and here's a concept. And I kind of go down the line a little bit, right? Establishing and discussing all these different ideas. So, 1 and then 2, Sean. So, you know, here's the nature of what the demons are. Here's the nature of what the events of the first and second, third wars were in brief. Here's the nature of how magic works. Here's the nature of how what happened with Outland works, etc., etc. The reason being that once I have established concepts, once the viewer has understood this is what magic is, this is what, the bones are, the base level, the brickwork at the very bottom of everything, then I can move up a step. Okay, so now that you understand what demons are and magic are, you can understand how demons corrupt people and get people to their side. Once you understand what the old gods are and how the void works in opposition to the light, you can understand why the Legion was fighting against the old gods and why they had their mission, etc., etc. So you build up. Get the concepts out first, then establish those concepts a little bit more, then establish the concepts a little bit more, and so forth and so on. Now, that being said, I did make one terrible mistake. I corrected it by the time we got to Wrath. But the BC section sucks. I'm just going to say that. I kind of wish I could redo the BC section, because the very nature by which I was doing the video footage, the editing, the writing, and the style of writing all changed across the BC run, until I realized I could do it better. Once I got to Wrath, I started using a more cohesive method, and I'm much more pleased with that. I even call it out during a Legion video. Oh, and Retro Justice says, are you going to record up to Shadowlands with Warrior of Light? With World of Lorecraft, sorry. So, if it's not obvious by the way I phrased this, no. The World of Lorecraft was done last year. Like, mid-last year. God, Warrior of Light? I'm stupid. So, we went up to and concluded with Legion for several reasons. First of all, it was physically impossible for me to record all the footage I wanted from BFA, so that's obviously off the list immediately. B, WoW's story concluded with Legion. Everything after that has had some issues. Regardless of things, regardless of general opinion, BFA and Shadowlands both have issues. So, it's the definitive conclusion point. The more modern stuff has its issues, and, honestly, most importantly of all, I was physically incapable of recording footage of the modern stuff. It was a no-brainer. I actually needed people's help even to record some of the footage in Legion, by the way. Go figure. Anyways, I hope that answers your question.
Your slaughter. We will not harm you.
I have no quarrel with you. I just want to find the Sith Lord.
Gone?
We taught Fulminus the healing ritual. He perverted it.
Corrupted, it rips open the mind. Violence and slaughter are unleashed.
None of this would have happened if one of your own mystics wasn't working with the Sith.
The mystics are never wrong.
Valen Dahl left a message in the corner.
It's a bomb.
How come this hollow won't activate?
Take it to Talaray.
The sooner I find out what this says, the sooner I can stop Fulminus.
Our task is done.
Okay. So anyways, Zach Taft asks, do I think Palpatine would make a Belsavis? Honestly, no. He's all about that slave labor, but I don't think he cares enough to bother with a slave planet. I mean, that would only work if he used it to build some kind of Death Star in orbit of it or something like that.
Outsider, I am Commander Frucken Null. Talaray told me your mission.
It's worse than we thought. Fulminus used a Sith ritual to drive his apprentices insane. At the shrine, he learned a technique to make it even more powerful.
This is known. We have reports. You killed the priests at the Shrine of Healing.
They attacked me. I had no choice.
We do not blame you. You walked the path of Valenda's vision.
This recording was left behind. It's coded so only you can play it.
Outsider, your mission is done. Go now.
Wait, she helped us. We may need help again.
Talaray, know my vision. Lord Fulminus in a dark cave. Strange symbols adorn the walls. A corrupted ritual unleashes a plague of madness that drowns Voss in blood. You and the Jedi stand with us. Against him. Meet us in the Nightmare Lands, the Dark Heart.
Do you know this place he's talking about?
The center of the Nightmare Lands. A legendary place of danger and evil.
The Dark Heart is hidden. We have no maps, and the Voss shun the Nightmare Lands.
The Gormak know the Nightmare Lands. The Gormak King has maps.
I thought they were primitive savages, living in small warring tribes.
The Gormak King explored the Nightmare Lands. It made him strong. Now many tribes follow him.
Scouts, watch the Gormak. I will speak with them. Wait here, outsider.
Fracken Null is right to be cautious. Gormak are dangerous. They killed my husband.
That must make this hard for you.
He was a commando. He died serving the will of the Mystics.
I love these options, by the way. Let go of your grief. Or, I don't care.
I'd like to hear how he died.
Valendaw had a vision. He sent my husband to Gormakos, alone. There he met his fate. He challenged the Gormak King to a duel. The king refused. 100 Gormak warriors fell on him. 20 died before he fell. The king sent my husband's head back to Voss-Ka, just as Valendaw foresaw.
Why would someone throw his life away like that?
His death was honored in song. Poems were written, many were inspired. The commando ranks swelled. I enlisted. Now I protect Valendaw.
Valendaw's vision caused your husband to die.
The Gormak killed my husband, not Valendaw's vision. They must pay.
Talare, outsider, I have spoken with the scouts. The maps are in the king's vault at Gormakos. The vault is unassailable. An army of Gormak protect it.
Commandos entering Gormak territory would draw them away, thin their numbers.
Commander, send your troops into Gormak territory as a distraction. That will give me a chance to get into the vault and steal those maps.
Valendaw has decreed you must go to the Dark Heart. I must heed his words. Talare will lead a squad of commandos against the Gormak. You will infiltrate the king's vault at Gormakos.
If you can draw away some of the Gormak soldiers, I can get that map.
I will assemble the squad. Talare, explain the details.
The vault is protected by an impregnable shield. Shield generators are scattered through Gormakos. Find all the generators protecting the king's vault. Destroy them. We will speak when it is done.
Okay. Break thingy. Done.
Feel the power of the Sith.
This is the... yeah. Oh, right. So, first of all, thank you, Cookie Dude. Always appreciate you. I'll put that towards Xenogears. Second of all, I got a hypothetical question for y'all. If I get dismounted by this guy, why does this game hate me?
You survive.
I know, right, Giga? It's like, oh, I won't dismount me. Bonk! Seconds later. I keep thinking maybe I'm juking it, right? Like, oh, this will totally dismount me. No. I am glad you're liking it, Geek Stuffer, really. Again, the whole point of the World of Lorecraft thing was something I wanted to do, and so that people could appreciate and enjoy that story. So if I've managed to make so that even one person can enjoy the story of WoW better, then I've done my job. And someone mentioned this in chat, even though it was 4 months of hellish and brutal work, I did enjoy doing it. That's something I can look back on and be proud of, legitimately, so no real complaints. So, the what? What? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I am dead. Okay, hang on. Stalled out for a second thinking about this. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. We're gonna hit the wrong button. Very important part of the process. Gotta get those wrong button presses in there. There we go. There we go. Much better. Much better. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I never did get your comments on it, Savacom. Not that I'm blaming you. You have a busy life. I don't important. I get it. Hey, Evo. I think Tor should have a proper non-force user melee class. You mean other than Bounty Hunter? Honestly, no. I think it has four classes too many, but I'm going to share those thoughts later. No, you know what? Let's just die. Just die. Just die.
Feel the power.
Just die. Just die. Just die. Just die. Okay, I'm already liking whatever this is better than whatever that was. Focus over vigilance.
Embrace the power.
Much better. Alright, I was gonna say something, and it was something about Tor. It was something that wasn't in the question queue. It was something someone mentioned about how stupid I was. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I'll just hit the question queue. So, Dr. Winter asks a very important question. Sometimes we give absence of features neutrals. Sometimes we give absence of features negatives. Obviously, that's a little bit case by case, as everything is. But the question in this specific case is about sequels. What if a game B comes out and does not have a feature that game A had? Is that something that could qualify as a negative? I'm very, very hesitant to establish precedents on that kind of a thing, because that could lead to some wild difficulties and problems down the line, since there are many game franchises which are into the dozens range with regards to how many entries they have. Right?
You survive.
So I'm hesitant to establish a precedence on that based solely on a previous game had it. Instead, I think we shall continue to be case by it, but also a little bit different in the specifics of the case by case. Let me give you two examples. I have to wait for a respawn. Let me give you two examples right off the top of my head of something where I think it would deserve a negative, even in a sequel, because the previous game had it and this one doesn't. Pokemon Shield. You probably know the one. And honestly, much more importantly, Sims 4. Now, Pokemon Shield is something we debated upside down and outside and without when we were actually streaming Pokemon Shield. But Sims isn't something we've really talked about that much. So let me say it simply. Sims 3 was a very feature-rich game. A lot of those features were built on DLCs. But the fact of the matter is, Sims 3 Vanilla was a more feature-rich game than Sims 4 Vanilla. And that was the first problem right there, that you were paying for a new game that's a downgrade. The second problem is that it's not just the fact that it's lacking features, it's lacking huge swaths of features. Several huge elements of the game are just absent because of the fact that they decided to go in a different direction with it. So that would be definitively a negative.
I've destroyed all the generators. The shields around the King's Vault are down.
We suffered many casualties. We will occupy the Gormak as long as possible.
Get your squad out of there before you lose any more people.
No. We leave, you'll fight Gormak reinforcements.
And?
Don't throw your lives away.
We will begin a fighting retreat. Get the maps. Rendezvous at the Voss camp on the border of the Nightmare Lands.
Yeah, ironically, the very next game series we will be reviewing, Mass Effect, will be another game series in which we will have to debate this, because 2 cut features from 1, and 3 cut features from 2. Each of the games also adds new stuff and refines certain things, so like I said, that's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be a debate. I'm going the wrong way. Am I? Nope, never mind. I'm going the right way. I'm going the right way. Yay, right way. Yeah, no kidding, Arcano. Again, that's a little bit more blatant. That's easier to define. If it makes you feel any better, Evo, I'm pretty sure we could also not just, refine down some of those pictures, but I really do want you to do brief sketches, the kind of things that take you 5 minutes to throw together. I know your drawing style, and I know what you can put together in 5 minutes. If I give you a rough picture, I'm pretty sure you could throw together something quickly and easily. So it won't actually be that bad. A good question, Wenlock. And indeed, that gets down to the heart of what a plus or negative is. Right! That's what I was talking about. Hey, I remembered. So I've got a philosophical question for y'all.
Embrace the power.
I have been tabulating, mostly just for fun, how the planets have been rating on gameplay and in story relative to each other. Just to figure out what the best and worst planets are. You know, again, just for fun. Why not? Do you think class stuff should count for that? The class Voss story. The class Hoth story. The class Coruscant story, etc. To date, I have been counting the class stuff, but I realized as I was going to tabulate it during the lunch break, I was like, well, you know, I should probably ask. That's a debate, not a certainty. It's just for evaluation. It's just for fun, Dr. Winter. Has nothing to do with the review. I'm not even calculating a number for it because I effectively can't. If it makes you feel any better, Evo, everything I just listed is just the first episode. That's the lead up to Diablo 1. Not including 1, 2, or 3. Well, not only that, but it would be dependent on exactly how well done the quest layout, quest flow, quest position, encounter design, enemy design, all that stuff, which is part of the class stuff on each planet is.
Embrace the power.
You can say no, Evo. It's okay. I'll go ahead and talk out my thought process to you, too. What I want to do for this Diablo rewrite is effectively have relatively brief shots of your sketches, probably on some kind of backdrop, most likely parchment, which I will do, or fabric, which I will do. This is partially to avoid having to come up with game footage that somehow matches events that don't match it at all. Something that is a problem we've run into before with regards to the Trek rewrite. The other side of that is that it adds its own unique flavor and style to the Diablo rewrite, making it its own thing. In other words, rather than just being a new script being plastered on top of the existing game, what the hell is that? It would allow us to make the Diablo rewrite its own thing. Now, you are an excellent artist, but I understand that's a lot of sketching, and of course, you know, there would be no timeline or deadline for that because there would by necessity have to. So, I'll understand if you say no. For real.
Oh, I will say.
I taste your power. It will not save you.
Did your master send you to stop me from looting his vault?
The Gormak King is not my master. I am born of the Dark Heart, spawned in the shadows of unspeakable power by my master Selmakor. At his command I feed upon these Gormak, corrupting them, devouring them whole. I will transform them into agents of Selmakor's will.
I've already killed more Gormak than I can count. A few more won't matter.
Selmakor has offered you to me. Like the Gormak at my flank, you will be eaten alive, swallowed whole. Your body must... something. Your body will be transformed, mutated. Inside my stomach, your flesh will rot, and your mind will writhe until you are vomited out, reborn a slave of this world's true master. That's gross. Hello, kitty. Scooch, 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 scooch. Well, the first thing you should probably do, Evo, is ask me what any of those people are, what they look at like, and what they're doing in the scene in question. If I were to guess. Remember, what I want also is clip art. I want something I can piecemeal into an existing video. So I don't actually want a scene. I want a clip, if that changes anything. Which it hopefully does. Let's get out of here.
Embrace the power.
Actually, I need to go way over there, don't I? I mean, cats tend to stare at me whenever I'm around them. They know. So what is the Tor's obsession with Voss? Actually, I can answer that.
Your Republic begs favors from the
Please
Voss
select an
here.
available travel route.
The Voss are a unique creation. Ergo, they want to do more with the Voss than they do everyone else because the Voss are a unique creation. That's it. That's the answer. Sean asks, is Dave Filoni a yo-yo writer? So let me ask you something. Everyone in chat. Especially you, Malachor. Why do Star Wars fans hate Dave Filoni? I'm not asking this facetiously. This is a legitimate question. Why does Star Wars hate Orcano's internet, apparently? I'll explain more in a minute, but anybody who can answer that question gets 5 donuts. All of whom have lemon custard filling.
I have the maps. These should help us find the Dark Heart so we can stop Lord Fulminus.
You ordered my squad to retreat, braved the Gormak reinforcements. We owe you our lives.
The Gormak never posed any real threat to me. I didn't see any point in your squad throwing their lives away.
Many Gormak fell at your hand. You are a great warrior, like my husband. You are female, an outsider. Yet you remind me of him. A great warrior, an instrument of mystic will. Behold, the patron of glory. Eyes afire with righteous might. Skin bathed in the warm blood of the enemy. Witness the glory and blazing fury.
Are you flirting with me?
Although you didn't see me fighting the Gormak, you've captured it quite nicely.
This verse honors my husband. Many songs were written celebrating his death.
Can you recite another verse?
His wrath rains down like fire from above. Bodies encircle him like a pyre. His hand never falters. His courage never wanes. As the hordes overwhelm him, his last thoughts turn to his true love. He feels no fear, no pain. The chill of death cannot cool his passion. The hero burns eternal. Sounds better in Voss. Basic lacks nuance.
I prefer the direct approach myself.
Of course. Time for action. The maps reveal the location described in Valen Da's vision. We confront Lord Fulminus there. The Dark Heart crawls with predators. We split up. Small groups draw less attention.
Just tell me how to get there.
I will mark the chamber on your map. Meet there. Valen Da has foreseen it.
I'm sorry, the idea of the Furt Master, who I remind you is a very large, very muscular person, just colliding, like just into a meteor, like a meteor, and gets up, it's like, I'm here. I heard there was flirting going around here. I can actually picture that happening. He just shows up periodically. I'm ready. Let's kill. Let's do this. So, the answer is yes, Malachor, in answer to your question. And Cashel mentions some of his weaknesses as a writer showing up. Do you mind sharing what they are? Yes, we did end up romancing our one true love, Risha. I had to think about her name for a second there. and end up settling. The canon ending for the smuggler is he settles with her. She becomes queen of planet name, and he ends up settling as her king. You know, consort, in other words. And the two of them live happily ever after. The end. That's it. That's canon now. Okay. That makes sense, Malachor. I'm not 100% sure I agree, but that does make sense. I will say that of the various people that have taken over after Lucas, well, after Disney, let's say that. Really? That height? That height killed me. Oh my freaking god. Of all the people who took over after Disney took over, I would say Filoni has absolutely, you know, done the best job with that, my opinion. Now, I will also admit that
Sent
part of...
man in just his body came out. Lightsaber wounds on him.
The boss warned us about this. The Order needs to be informed.
Part of the reason I think that is specifically that he at least has a consistent mentality and opinion. He has a vision, I think is how I'm going to phrase that. I hate to use that word, but the man does have a consistent vision for what he wants to do with the story in general. And I think that's extremely helpful when doing something like Star Wars, or, honestly, anything. Yep, Donatopia, someone who could kill the Emperor, is stronger than Revan and the Exile combined, and Scourge, dies to a cliff. See, that's actually interesting. See, I have the tendency to gravitate towards characters I find interesting. Not always my own, just interesting characters, you know? So, when given a chance to, for example, rewrite a setting, I tend to allow those characters some chance and room to grow. Are you kidding me?
Embrace the power.
But I will say that I don't think I fall into the trap that you just described. I could be wrong. I guess we'll find out. Because, yeah, like you say, I know the example you're referring, the Ahsoka Padme thing. It's like, that's unnecessary, at best. How many seconds individual sketches need to be on screen, approximately? Probably anywhere from 2 to 12, Evo. When I say sketches, I frickin' mean it. I don't mean full-finished landscape, amazo drawings of death that take you hours to work on. I mean... You know, I'd love to let you live. Really. But, you know. Yep, Scourge and Sith, they die. Nothing I can do. Scourge, I will give in to the dark side if it means I'm immune to days. Done. But we also have I don't care. I don't care about the cookies. Just make me immune to days. I'm sick of it. Well, you know what's funny is I predicted you would say that, Evo. As a consequence, if you want to decline the project because you simply refuse to not put in too much effort, I accept that refusal. There's a logical reason to say no. Let me give you a direct example, Evo. You remember your original sketch you did of that deer? That original sketch is sufficient for my purposes. The new sketch is lovely. The old sketch is sufficient. Does that make sense? In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say the old sketch is appropriate. Or preferred.
What are you talking about?
Hi, Lord Fulminus.
Ah, Lord Scourge and the Jedi who defied the Emperor. I'm surprised to see you here.
Did you really think I'd sit by and let you destroy Voss?
Where is Talare? She is part of my vision, too.
I am here, Honored One.
Betrayed. The mystic. Rent his flesh. Kill them all. Complete the ritual. Unleash the plague.
So you're the entity that lives in the Dark Heart. Why don't you show yourself?
The smuggler already killed me.
Physical form. Power is channeled through avatars and minions.
I don't know what kind of game you've been playing, Mystic. But after I dispatch these interlopers, I'll deal with you. For the Emperor!
Blah, blah, blah.
Embrace the power.
Are you dead yet? Nope. Hang on.
Outsider, a victory well earned. My vision nears completion.
Enough games. You're going to explain everything to me right now.
Forgive her tone, Honored One. She does not understand our ways.
Explanation is warranted. Fulminus corrupted the healing ritual, created a madness plague, planned to infect all Voss. Billions die savage, brutal deaths. Slaughter consumes the entire planet. Needed Selmakur's aid.
I assume your actions have been guided by one of your visions.
I dreamt of the Dark Heart. Secrets revealed. The core is alive, intelligent, a being of pure evil. Will without a body. Selmakur. Unchecked, corruption will spread beyond the Nightmare Lands. Selmakur must be destroyed. If not, Voss will be consumed. I accompanied Fulminus so Talare would follow. Only she can destroy Selmakur.
Fool. Selmakur is dead. Darkness. No Voss can destroy.
Blah, blah, blah.
I will help her.
Your part is done. Claimed the maps from Gormakos. Defeated Fulminus. Talare would not be here without you.
Honored One, tell me what I must do.
Descend the steps into the maw of Selmakur. Confront the evil within. Destroy it. Cleanse Voss. You will not survive. Sacrifice will herald a millennium of peace between Voss and Gormak. Thus is my vision fulfilled.
You're asking Talare to make the ultimate sacrifice.
This is my destiny. My actions will save all of Voss.
No. Violation. Defilement. Extinction. This must not be. Jedi. Cast the mystic into the maw. Rewards. Power. Selmakur offers them to you, like the one who came before.
You are a being of pure evil. You must be destroyed.
Hurry, Talare. Time grows short.
You know, just for once, let me join the dark side via something other than a giant evil butthole trying to tempt me to jump into it.
Valandar, did you actually see Talare enter the maw in your vision?
The vision ended as we stand now. Fulminus fell by your hand, we three standing on the precipice. One must descend to destroy Selmakur.
I serve the will of the Mystics, as did my husband. Our names will be joined forever in song.
So, if you ever wondered what it's like to eat KFC...
It is done. Taloray's sacrifice heralds a new age of peace for this world. Thank you, outsider. You acted with the devotion of a Voss.
You better spread the story of what happened here to every corner of this world. Talaray deserves that much, at least.
Poems will be written. Families will sing her praises. She will be honored. I return to Voska. Goodbye, outsider.
Listen, British KFC isn't even KFC. It's QFC. Queen's Fried Chicken. Taco Bell. Drool, drool, drool.
Master Satil, I stopped Lord Fulminus. He created a madness-inducing plague to turn this planet's inhabitants against each other. If he'd succeeded, Voss would have exploded into mindless violence. The entire planet would be a slaughterhouse.
The brutality of the Sith knows no bounds. I applaud you for a job well done. I know it wasn't easy dealing with the Voss people.
Voss customs are strange, but there is wisdom in much of what they believe.
That is an intriguing assessment, and the first favorable one I've heard. I will have to investigate your claim someday. Right now, however, we have more pressing concerns. One of our missing Jedi has resurfaced, and the news isn't good. Warren Sidoru has attacked and boarded the Republic flagship Valiant.
What is Warren after?
The Valiant is commanded by Admiral Dabrin, one of our top military leaders. He's inflicted heavy casualties on Imperial forces. Admiral Dabrin possesses complete knowledge of the Republic's war plans. If the Imperial military gains that information, they'll crush us.
You're missing the point. The fallen Jedi serves the Emperor's agenda. We must learn his mission.
We have plenty of reasons to pursue this. Where are we headed, Master Satil?
The Valiant is drifting out of control at these coordinates. Liberate it, save the Admiral, and learn the Emperor's plans. Hurry. The Valiant's crew can't hold out much longer.
Wait, how do you have KFC without spicy chicken? Is that legal? So, we've got a bunch of cutscenes, but I want to address something really quick. Several people have talked about, Timothy Zahn, right? You know, he has a tendency to use his own original characters, and everybody does that to some extent or another. Can I just say, I have no real problem with that within reason. No, really. Okay, so let's assume for one random moment that rather than the Star Wars rewrite, someone asked me to make a Star Wars story. I come up with some random story off the top of my head about a basketball player who's really good at it because he's secretly Force sensitive and ends up having to try and dodge, certain people trying to dissuade him one way or the other in the wake of the fall of the Galactic Empire. It's a terrible story idea, but whatever. Let's assume for a moment that I actually like not only that character, but some of the other characters I invent for that story. If I was, for some stupid reason, actually asked to come back and write a second story, I would at least want to bring some of my characters back. You know what I mean? Again, within reason is the watchword here. Yeah, let me hop to the orbital station of Voss. There's a Voss orbital station. Oh, we're already here. Did you know we're in orbit of Voss right now? Because obviously there is such a thing as overdoing it, right? It's And yeah, from what I've seen, Ahsoka definitely qualifies as overdoing it. I'm not sure about Jade. She's not actually in all that much, and I kind of like what he uses her with, for the most part. Now, I will admit, there's one other thing I would absolutely want to do a lot of. So let's assume that in Star Wars, you know, Caspian writes a story about... Oh, you're already here. Sorry, you can tell I'm paying attention. Caspian writes a story about a football player who's secretly Force-sensitive and has to avoid the pitfalls of the dark side. Okay, cool. Now, I think that would actually be relevant for my story, and I'd love to actually do some writing for that. So what I would likely do is reach out to Caspian and be like, hey, can I borrow your character for my story? And then I would want to consult Caspian on a couple of aspects of the story to make sure I don't screw it up. It's actually a 3-step process, if you're paying attention. I'd reach out and be like, hey, you know, is this acceptable? And then I would reach out to make sure that I do your character justice, and then I would actually do it, and therefore connect the story a little bit more, you know what I mean? Because, yeah, one of the things that actually irritated me about the, let's call it the early days of the EU, was that they, you know, Zahn did a story, and I don't remember all the writers. It was like 5 writers back in the old days, and each of them did their own specific story. And very rarely would they cross-breed, would they cross-pollinate characters. That always kind of bothered me just a little bit. I can't tell you how many times I'd be reading one particular book, and I would be, you know, on the page and thinking, thank you, Kevin J. Anderson, and I'd be thinking, where's Bob? You know? Why is wouldn't Bob get involved in this? It's actually the same exact problem that the MCU had in a lot of its earlier things. You know, Iron Man 3. Where the hell is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or anyone else, honestly?
Report your ailments.
As always, within reason is kind of the watchword here, because you want to have something... You want connectivity, but not too much, but not too little. It's... Anyways, thank you, Lordo Jordo. I love that name. Thank you. I'm glad you like what terrible, terrible streams I put out. If you want to put that towards a specific game for streaming in the future, please let me know. Yeah, exactly. Dark Empire is actually a perfect example of that, Cashel. Where the hell's Mara Jade? Like, I'm not... I know we just talked about Mara Jade being overused, but, like, you'd think Mara Jade would have some relevance to Dark Empire. Instead of one line in the Thrawn duology, which is what she actually gets about that. I mean, writers not coordinating and not interacting with each other is one of the reasons I am so much in favor of the concept of a mainliner. Not just because the mainliner has the single cohesive vision for the overall work, you know, J. Michael Straczynski, but also because the mainliner can serve as the coordinating point for the writers. A good mainliner's job... Okay, so let's restructure this. So Caspian's doing the story about the football player, and Savacom's doing the story about the basketball player who falls in love. And they both reach out to me. I'm aware of both of their stories. That's my job. I'm the one who says, hold up. Why don't you go ahead and connect a little bit? I put you two in contact with each other. I say, hey, why don't we connect these two threads? I keep that in mind for the future. So that any other writers who show up, I can remember that that connection's there and either reference it or make it actually relevant for some other story. And, well, to be continued, apparently. Hi. That was the weirdest skitter animation I've ever seen.
Another step and the Admiral dies.
What happens to me doesn't matter. He's going to destroy us all. Kill him!
The Admiral outranks me. Guess I have to do as he says.
You struggle against your restraints, yet you continue to serve the Jedi. Pathetic. Youth won't save you. My master gave me all the strength I need to finish this.
Well, let's test that theory, shall we? Sorry, Duncan was always evil. That's why he stabbed that guy. It all makes sense. I have something else to say about the continuity thing, but give me a second. We're going to be in a cutscene very shortly here.
Why do you insist on being a slave? With your power, you could be anything. You could rule worlds, crush all enemies, have any man you want.
I have the man I want.
All I'd have to do is become the Emperor's puppet. Like you.
You don't understand. The dark side will set you free. I've tasted real power. I'll never return to the Jedi. This war is nearly over. Master Braga will lead the Empire to victory on Corellia. Billions will die.
You've been useful, Warren, but I don't need you anymore.
He's a dangerous traitor. It's what he deserves.
We have no time to waste. Be done with this.
We can't risk him escaping and telling the enemy what he knows. There's only one way to be sure that doesn't happen.
This is war. We can't afford to be sentimental. Goodbye.
I'm glad to see the Jedi are willing to clean up their own messes. If this information about Corellia is true, our forces are in danger. We'd better mobilize everything we have. I'll alert High Command. You inform your council. Good luck.
But anyways, now you're gonna hate me for this, but I actually agree about the new Jedi Order series. As much as I hate the Vong, and I do, unabashedly and unashamedly, the truth of the matter is, at least the NJO series actually bothered to maintain a decent level of coherence and continuity amongst itself, which was something that the EU was sorely lacking up until that point in time. It's also something I will give at least the early AU stuff credit for.
Master, I've
noticed the AU is kind of drifting away from that lately. I'm not sure what I think of that. But definitely the early AU stuff was very self-consistent and actually bothering to tell cohesive, connective stories across multiple tissues. Or multiple mediums, excuse me.
Admiral Daybrin and his flagship are safe, Master. The dark side had consumed Warren. He refused to surrender. He's dead.
I know killing a former ally must have been difficult.
Warren revealed Master Braga is on Corellia. He's the Emperor's secret weapon in the war there.
The Republic is sending everything it has to liberate Corellia. If Master Braga is aiding the enemy...
The Emperor has no interest in keeping Corellia. He desires the deaths of billions to fuel his ritual.
Find Master Braga and stop this madness. Set course for Corellia immediately.
Who's looking forwards to Corellia? The greatest of all Elias. We are still primarily light, although not by much, admittedly. I do want to say one last thing really quick. Someone, I think it was MPPY, mentioned, don't you suffer small world syndrome if you connect everything too much? And you know what? This is going to sound like a strange comment. I've had years to chew on that question and that criticism of continuity. And after years of thinking about it and looking into it, I don't care. I would actually, not just personally, but narratively, I feel it's better to have small world syndrome than to have Star Trek, just to put it in blunt terms. Now, obviously the goal is something a little bit more in the middle, but the point is, I would rather have the interconnectivity and continuity than not. I will say this, though. That's not, like, a decision I came to lightly, and I really did chew on that question for years. Because it's actually something that when we first sat down to make the Trek rewrite, which was last year, by the way, to give you a little bit of perspective how long we've been working on that. One of the earliest questions we sat down and said was, we have to solve what we want to do about the small world syndrome. We talked that around the writer's room for, God, like 3 or 4 weeks, all told. But in the end, we finally decided, and mutually, screw it. Obviously, we don't want, you know, we don't want every event in the galaxy to have to do with the Skywalkers. That's a bit too much. But we do want there to be enough continuity and interconnectivity so that you have that additional enhancement of consequence and of relevance, so that things actually matter past the credits, so to speak. This also varies from setting to setting, obviously. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Like, it's... How many of you... Very stupid question before I talk to Kira here. How many of you enjoyed the fact that on late TNG, so about season 4 and onwards, you always saw the same 3 or 4 ensigns on the bridge? How many of you even noticed it? I comment on it in the ruminations. They standardized the extras cast at a certain point. And yeah, I'm absolutely in the thing where I was just like, hey, you know, Ensign Knight, McKnight, excuse me. I agree. It adds to the work. There's that regularity and that repeatability that makes it feel a little bit more real. Makes it feel like it's actually happening, as opposed to just being some random extra that week who you'll never care about again. My opinion.
It shouldn't be this hard to find a terrible disease I can cure. All the good ones are taken. All that's left are embarrassing things like Bothan nether rot or diseases that'll take decades to treat. I don't have that kind of time.
Do I want to know what Bothan nether rot is?
The diagnosis is too gruesome for delicate ears. Forget I mentioned it. This won't keep me down. I'll cure an important disease even if I have to create it myself. Say, that's not a bad idea.
I know better than to criticize your terrible ideas. You'll figure it out on your own.
I could mix a little pig lizard flu with a strain of Gamorrean mumps. Ooh, yeah. This is going somewhere. I'm glad you stopped by, but old Doc has thinking to do. You should go meditate. Clean your lightsaber, whatever.
I'm gonna assume he's joking.
Old Doc's luck is finally turning around. Got a holocall from this ravishing Arataki I knew on Hutta. Big opportunity to cure something important.
Okay, so real talk, I actually wanted to get that small world discussion out before we do this.
Is this woman another broken-hearted lover you jilted along the way?
She wishes. We were like 2 ships, passing in the hyperlanes. Never thought I'd hear from her again. My friend's old employer is a Hutt cartel boss named Nemro.
Yes,
He's
that
infected
Nemro.
with an incurable disease. It's eating him alive. Literally. No one's ever cured what Nemro has. He'll pay top credits to any doctor who can save his life. This is my big chance.
Do you actually have a plan to fight this disease?
Turns out, I studied this disease back in medical school. There's an experimental treatment no one's ever been able to try. It's too risky. I figure if there's a safe place to work with toxic chemicals, it's a Jedi starship. I know you don't mind.
Just tell me you know what you're doing.
After all this time, doesn't that go without saying? Besides, I started mixing the solution hours ago and the ship's still intact. Now, give old Doc room to work. I got a date with medical history.
Fade out.
The treatment formula's ready. Good thing. Nemro's half the Hutt he used to be. My friend's on her way to help. How's my hair? These clothes fit all right? Old Doc's gotta look his best for the historical record.
I'm sure your old flame will be impressed. Why is she coming here?
Hutt politics. It's complicated. When I save Nemro's life, the hollow journalists will be all over me. Oh, here she comes. Look at you, gorgeous. Love the new tattoo, huh? Nice gun.
Let's get this over with. I don't enjoy playing hostage. Not for you, anyway.
I need to make sure Nemro doesn't try to keep me all to himself after I cure him. Hutts occasionally confuse gratitude with kidnapping. Nemro's got a soft spot for my friend. I'm paying her to stay here as my hostage while I fly to Hutta. Brilliant, huh?
What's the going rate for a professional hostage?
She charges by the minute. Worth every credit. Sit tight while I take care of business. I'll be back in no time. Nemro will be healthy as a rancor in a meat factory. Or my name isn't Doc.
Jedi standards must be slipping if a worm like Doc qualifies as an ally.
By the way, yes, that's that Kaleo, if you didn't catch that. Hang on, we'll talk about the problem here in a minute.
Is that any way to talk about an old friend? Especially one who clearly adores you.
I'm usually worshipped by men beneath me. Anyway, that's enough polite chit-chat. Is there anything interesting to eat on this rust bucket? I'm famished.
I did it! Nemro's gonna live! The disease is cured. He's already regenerated lost tissue and organs.
Wonderful news. I can leave. It's been amusing.
You're not gonna stay and help us celebrate?
Ha! No.
You did a great thing today. You cured an incurable disease, saved a life.
Even better, I saved someone famous. That's the kind of story the Journal of Xenomedicine loves. I couldn't have done it without you. I'm putting your name in the special thanks section of my article, at the top even. This is the worst day of my life. Some idiot bounty hunter killed Nemro the Hutt before the Journal of Xenomedicine could examine him. They can't verify my treatment worked because Nemro's a big messy puddle of goo. There's no proof I saved him.
That's Skadge. So in case you missed that, you wouldn't... I do like how they interconnect this thing. It's just, the timeline is, no matter how you look at it, wrong. But Kaleo, who at the time was supposed to be with Nemro and hasn't yet joined up with the agent, despite the fact that we're in Act 3, decided to come in here as part of the hostage situation in order for him to cure Nemro. Nemro is then killed by Skadge, which happens very far towards the end of the bounty hunter chain, even though the bounty hunter chain is supposed to happen before most of the other ones, and also doesn't fit in the timeline in general. So, the timeline doesn't work, no matter how you look at it. But ignoring that for a moment, I do have to mention that I like this interconnectivity. I do.
I know how hard you worked to develop that cure.
The average Hutt lifespan is 1,000 years. Nemro was only 600. Stupid bounty hunter. My only hope is someone else coming down with the disease so I can cure it again. I'm not holding my breath. The disease is rare. It could be years, decades before I get another shot at it.
Another living being is dead, and all you can think about is how it inconveniences you. I thought you were better than this. I thought you were a healer. Was I wrong?
Nemro wasn't a nice person, but he didn't deserve vaporizing. I'll send something respectful to his memorial service. You know what? The Journal of Xenomedicine can take a flying leap into a black hole. I'm starting my own blasted journal. I've had enough medical adventures these past few years to fill a library. And I'm telling people all about them.
You don't need other people's approval to tell your story.
No, but it helps. Publishing a HoloNet journal won't be easy. I'm gonna need recorders, edit droids, and a good S-thread broadcaster. That's some serious scratch. I'll have to start charging for my services. You understand.
Why don't we rob an Imperial bank for the money?
This is why I keep you around. You say what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, ditto, Orcano. Like, I appreciate the attempt, and the fact that they try to weave that in. It's just they kind of stumble a little bit. But honestly, whatever. Yep, he wants to be a YouTuber. Take it from me. Don't.
It has been enlightening to spend so much time among you and your Jedi. For 300 years I have spoken to no one but Sith, and they do not change. They are the same on Korriban now as in my childhood. The same tricks, the same fights, the same groveling and mind control.
Was that almost a compliment?
I am only surprised that I have learned the most of the Force from a Jedi. Revan taught me to be effective when I became the Emperor's wrath. And now I have learned as much from you.
You have opened my eyes as well.
And here I thought you weren't listening.
I have sought the Emperor's death for so long, yet I cannot picture the galaxy without him. When I was born, the Emperor was the Empire. Everything existed to feed his whims. He was so far above us, no one, Sith or slave, would have dared even form an opinion about him.
You served him personally. What is he like?
When I began serving him, I thought it was far simpler than that. The Emperor was just a man, isolated by unimaginable power and the inability to trust the scheming sycophants who served him. I was wrong. He is a disease that must be stopped before it ravages us.
I will stop him.
Then heed me.
Immortality comes at a terrible price. Taste, smell, touch, color, emotion. The Emperor and I experience none of these things. We are no longer mortal. When you face the Emperor, do not forget that.
So, you're a lich. Okay. Like... whatever. Alright, T7, what you got?
You have something for me?
Identified bounty hunter employer. Payment authorized by Senator Versidia. TC equals confused. T7 equals confused. Senator Sidia, strong opponent of the Empire. Sidia equals not logical traitor.
If the Senator is being set up, I don't want to ruin her reputation. This needs to be handled discreetly.
T7 equals alert Republic SIS. SAS surveillance equals find out truth about Senator Sidia. T7 equals alert Jedi when SAS surveillance complete. You know the first thing I'm gonna do once I've lifted the curse? I'm gonna I'm gonna eat a whole bushel of apples.
You wanted to talk to me, T7?
Surveillance cleared her name. Imperial traitor equals her husband. Husband arrested this morning. Yay. Death to the husband and to the living.
None of this would have been possible without all the work you did to uncover the truth.
T7 equals following Jedi example. Jedi equals inspires T7. Jedi equals T7's favorite partner. Jedi equals bravest, smartest, strongest, bestest partner ever.
I could say the same about you, T7. That's why we're such a good team.
Greatest heroes ever. Stay with Jedi forever.
Don't worry, little buddy. Wherever I go, you'll be at my side.
T7 equals Jedi friends plus followers plus
Good to know my
Padawans.
legacy will live on after I'm gone.
Wait, what? Are you gonna teach my children? Oh my god, he is. Well, thanks, T7. I'm not dead yet, or married. T7's like, I assumed you were gonna marry, Doc.
My old squad mates were good soldiers when I knew them. Still can't believe how they ended up. If I hadn't been reassigned after that first mission, I might have been one of them.
Are you still on about this? Oh my god.
You wouldn't have endured innocent blood on your hands. You're not like them, Sergeant.
No, I'm not. It's a far greater honor to be assigned to your squad, Master Jedi. I look forward to the day we face the Emperor together.
That's not... okay. I hope you don't look forward to that day too much, because you are super not going to be in my party when we go kill totally the Emperor. Wink.
I've been analyzing your battle tactics, Master Jedi. I hope you don't mind. I believe I found a way to increase my own combat efficiency by another 25.4%.
Why don't we try out your new tactics in the field?
I was hoping you'd say that, Master Jedi.
That's it? Okay.
Permission to speak freely, Master Jedi.
Denied.
Proceed, Sergeant.
Thank you. I had some concerns when I was first assigned to your squad. The Jedi are known for their discipline and selflessness, and for the pacifist philosophies. I'm pleased to say my concerns were unfounded.
After Hoth, I'm not sure why you would have thought I was a pacifist.
As I said, my concerns were unfounded. I came from a pacifist colony, Master Jedi. We were bullied, remorselessly, by pirates, corporations, Hutts, even governments. I joined the military as soon as I could. Peace only comes to those willing to fight for it.
I'm sure your family is glad you're defending them, even if you disagree with their ideals.
10 years ago, the colony was attacked by the Sith. My family was killed. They never fought back. The Sith crushed them, the way you might step on a bug.
Well, yeah, because they were...
We'll hold the Emperor accountable for this, Rusk. I promise.
Thank you, Master Jedi. At any rate, we should move on. Thank you for hearing me out.
You're welcome. Go away. Okay. What do you want to bet Rusk was written by Drew Karpyshyn? Seriously, what do you want to bet? I have a specific reason for mentioning this. Because I'm noticing a trend the further I get into this. 43. You see, I've noticed that an enormous amount of the Jedi Knight storyline is typical cliches done badly. Now, I've already said this, cliches are not inherently bad, right? Cliches can be done reasonably well and all that fun stuff, but almost every typical bad writing cliche has been done poorly. We've got Doc, who's a poor man's Han Solo. We've got Kira, who is a poor man's Anakin Skywalker. We've got us, who's a poor man's Chosen One. And then we have Rusk. Now, you're probably thinking, what's Rusk a poor man? Well, actually, Rusk is a presentation of a poor man's pacifist. We've actually discussed this several times when it comes to discussing fiction, because the overwhelming majority of writers seem to have this weird perspective that a pacifist is what's actually an absolute pacifist. AKA, yeah, I know you're murdering and torturing those puppies, but I'd rather sit here and just stare at you than do anything about it. Think about how common that is in fiction. So his family stood there and did nothing as they were executed and wiped out. Boop.
Keep wondering what it'll take to put the Sith Empire down for good. Kill the Emperor, destroy Korriban.
Our goal is to force the enemy to surrender, and we'll fight until that happens.
When have the Sith ever surrendered? No victory over the Sith ever lasts. We wipe them out, they turn up again. Doesn't feel like we're winning.
Must wipe them out entirely, then.
The cycle of war has to end. Maybe you'll discover how to break it.
Solve a millennia-old problem by myself? No pressure there. Guess there is one thing we can count on. No matter how many times they come back, the Sith always go down in flames.
Okay, I've got this idea. Why doesn't Palpatine come back somehow? And then, immediately thereafter, there will be peace forevermore. The end. Correct, Lolamlas. And Drew Karpyshyn wrote this one.
Master, I've landed on Corellia. From what I saw flying in, the fighting here is intense.
Corellia is in a state of total war. The Republic and Empire aren't holding back anything. The losses are staggering, and not just military. Thousands of civilians die every hour.
Oh my god.
Each death brings the Emperor closer to his goal.
Thousands every hour.
That's why we cannot retreat. If the Republic pulls back, the Empire will exterminate every being here.
Yep, that's definitely the real goal.
The Emperor doesn't distinguish between his people and ours. Every Imperial and Sith we kill adds fuel to his ritual.
Yes, he's planned for every contingency.
Master Tal Braga is aiding the enemy. He knows how to hurt us, block our efforts to save this world. Removing Master Braga from the Emperor's control is the key to victory.
It's a big world. He could be anywhere.
He commands legions of Imperials and Sith. He cannot do that from hiding. Only a handful of Jedi remain alive on Corellia. I'm sending reinforcements from the Outer Rim, but they're inexperienced. We need strong leadership to win this battle. I'm naming you Supreme Commander of Jedi Forces on Corellia.
What? I forgot about that. You what? You... Oh my god, that breaks my brain how stupid that is. All right. Kira White Noise, you are the best football player I have ever seen. Therefore, I'm going to put you in charge of this banquet hall. I want you to organize and categorize all the catering and make sure all the seating is adjusted to. I'm trusting this in your hands.
I'll resolve this crisis with as few casualties as possible.
Corellia must not fall. Your mission is twofold. Direct our forces to aid the Republic military's efforts, and personally find Master Braga. Until reinforcements arrive, rally those few Jedi already on the surface. My contact, Captain Rickdean, will help you locate them.
Okay.
I'm sending his coordinates. May the Force be with you.
I don't want to sound mean, but I'm giving that by itself a negative. That's absolutely asinine. Wow. Perfect, Zach Taft. And we all die. Oh, that's funny, Zeiss. Wow. Just wow. Hang on, let me pull up the terrible, terrible song, Corellia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Corellia. I also am going to very much appreciate everybody's help here, more so than everywhere else. And you're probably thinking, but why, Lar? Because I am level 43 on Corellia. You know, I don't actually know, Mr. Red. I'm not sure if there is such a thing. Legitimately, I've never run into it. We'll find out, I suppose. Yeah, we need a raid group for Corellia. Honestly, that's just true in general, isn't it? Everyone, I am now in complete control of the Corellian campaign.
I want those shield generators online yesterday. Move it, privates!
Captain Rickdean? Master Satil Shan sent me. I'm the new Jedi Commander.
You made it. Thank the skies. The Empire controls so much of Corellia we can barely establish a landing zone. The enemy has us under constant bombardment. We're in a blasted bottleneck.
Find another landing zone.
There has to be a better spot than this. Hasn't anyone looked?
We lost 10,000 men securing that spaceport. We pull out, we'll lose 10,000 more. The shuttles bringing your reinforcements will arrive shortly. In the meantime, you should gather the few already here. I have coordinates to the last known locations of your fellow Jedi. That's the best I can offer.
You've done well. I'll take it from here.
This location is the rallying point for your forces. As the reinforcements arrive, they'll come here. Take the intel on the Jedi you're looking for. I hope you find them.
I'm sorry. I'm actually disappointed. I was really hoping he would say, there is no other landing zone. But obviously we didn't get that. But anyways. Alright, so let's go make sure the 10,000 people didn't die in vain. Like you do. It's okay, I got this. I've got a raid of tanks and healers at my back. Oh my god. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it in advance. Thank you for helping me with this crap. It's been helpful in general, but I have a feeling it's going to be mandatory for Corellia. 4 more times, too. Yeah, exactly, Giga. Whoops. Really? Really? Hang on, there we go. Oh my goodness. The level of this quest is level 47.
Feel the power of the Sith.
I mean, at least Voss and Voss-Com made sense, since that's literally their only city. Although that makes no sense, but let's not get into that. The point is, you know what my favorite thing to do is? Choke droids. As I just demonstrated, Evo, they can be choked just fine. Want to see me do it again? Hang on, hang on. Oh, no! I accidentally targeted the guy! No! I targeted the guy! This is your fault, Evo! How could you do this to me? What is that ability? Oh, that's the execute. The hero of Tython! Yes, I'm here to take control. The people here let me use their home as a base of operations. An Imperial spy discovered us. The Empire came to execute these civilians for helping a Jedi. You saved many innocent lives.
I'm taking charge of all Jedi forces. We're rallying reinforcements at these coordinates. Go.
The hero of Tython leading us, I know. Okay, I picked that option.
To the point of self-sacrifice. Good.
I picked that option to show how silly it is that I've taken control. And instead, they're just like, yes, with you in control, we'll win. And that is why this is a Mary Sue. We've actually talked about this before. The competency and capabilities of a character do not determine their Mary Sue status. That's not what a Mary Sue is about. A Mary Sue...
Reinforcements from Orto and Rhodia have arrived. You should keep searching for your people out there.
A Mary Sue is all about how they exist within the narrative, in terms of its flow and its plot, and how the other characters interact with and react to them. Mary Sues tend to be right. They tend to be, you know, everyone, either they're right about something and others are wrong about them, or the world literally bends to make them right. Something that happened to Voyager, Janeway over on Voyager several times, or Archer over on Enterprise. Characters that fall over themselves to lick your boots because you're just so amazing and awesome. It's another thing that tends to be Mary Sue status. Yeah, exactly, Damashi. This is the key critical reason, and I hope I'm really making my point here, Malachor, because this is partially addressed towards you. The Sith Warrior is not a Mary Sue, despite arguably being as powerful and as capable as the Jedi Knight. Because everything about the narrative and everything about the structure of it fits them being powerful, and they, well, kind of force their way through the situation appropriately. The interactions work, their position in the narrative works. By contrast, the Jedi Knight is awesome because we are told they are awesome. So anyways, I just wanted to comment on that because it was something that came up very early on in the Jedi Knight arc, and honestly, despite the fact that we're towards the end of Act 3, I still don't think we've earned this. Which I suppose said something, but I mean it. I knew it, Malachor. You secretly think the Sith Warrior is the best character ever, as opposed to the second best character. You know what, Malachor? I agree.
Embrace the power.
Sorry. Days. All I wanted was a drink, but that's obviously too much to ask.
It's Corellia. I'm sure there's another cantina somewhere.
I think that, but the Empire's determined to deny us refreshments. Believe me, I've looked.
The Jedi Council appointed me Supreme Commander here. Jedi reinforcements are gathering at these coordinates. On your way.
I hope these reinforcements brought something decent to drink.
An excellent candidate for shock troop duty.
The last Supreme Commander got vaporized. Hope you're luckier than her. Now, I was going to say, rather than keep focusing on the Sith Warrior, which I've mainly been doing because it's a good parallel, let's just look at something else.
Kenyon and Duro brought more reinforcements. We're still waiting for others. Keep up the search for your people already here.
As another narrative comparison point. The Bounty Hunter. Now, I know, the Bounty Hunter is not exactly a pinnacle of good storytelling, but just hear me out for a second. The Bounty Hunter is good at what they do. It's kind of how they manage it. But the story makes repeated mention and points of the fact that the Bounty Hunter cannot operate at the level they do without their support staff. That's constantly and consistently a thing. In fact, it's a plot point on the tutorial world that they thought you were screwed because you lost most of your support staff. Notice the distinction and difference between that and the Jedi Knight. Furthermore, several people have pointed out the Consular has to earn everything that they get, whereas the Jedi Knight is handed it, which is another excellent comparison. I can't speak to it personally, but, I mean, honestly, I can say that about several of the classes other than Jedi Knight.
You survive.
There we go. Droids. Aw. Damn it. Yeah, the Bounty Hunter story without the Mako is without the Mako. Wow, Lore. Without Mako, the individual is screwed. Mako, Jesus Lord. The Inquisitor's a little bit different. Well, we'll find out when we get there, hopefully today, pancakes. Hello? I'm actually happy to see you. Really?
I hoped we'd meet again. You changed my life on Tatooine, and I never had the chance to thank you.
Look at you, Lord Praven, pretending to be a Jedi.
I heard the Emperor's wrath travels with you. Will he become a Jedi too?
He's more difficult to persuade than you, but I won't give up.
The dark side is empty, Scourge. You won't miss it.
Darkness holds more than either of you realize.
Master Satele named me Supreme Commander of Jedi Forces. Rendezvous with our reinforcements at these coordinates right away.
Understood. I will see you there.
I will admit, we're just kind of handed Kemval, and that's asterisky. Kingdom Hearts! Fill me with the power of darkness. Or, if you're gigapudding, fill me with the power of darkness.
The last transport of reinforcements is docking now. There's still Jedi on the planet not accounted for, though. Hope you find them.
Yeah, the Inquisitor is... We'll talk about it when we get there. I think the Inquisitor is reasonably well written. There are a couple of asterisks there, but for the most part, a lot of it lines up and makes sense, and it's clear the writers were actually thinking about it and being like, okay, hold up. One of my favorite tidbits is when Zash flat out mentions that other dude, whose name I can't even think of right now, would absolutely have stomped if not for the fact that he was being curtailed by by Bobface, I can't think of anybody's names, who was giving him preferential treatment. It kind of helps to imply that we were, even though some things were handed to us, we also severely earned it by virtue of working from the back foot the entire time. But we'll get there when we get there. God, I hate this planet. I can't help but notice that Jitter is back on Corellia. I'm starting to think it's just frickin' Corellia. It's just Corellia. This planet sucks. So, does anybody know what story they wrote first for Tor? I have a theory, and I'd rather be disproven early than keep talking about it. I mean, I have a nuclear submarine. I really should not be having graphics problems in any game. Never mind Tor. Okay. Yeah, I know Tor is bad about CPU optimization. Most MMOs are heavy on CPU for good reason. They're calculating a lot more than most other games are. All live, all per second. I don't actually know, Mr. Red. I know for a fact that Agent was inspired by Governor Tarkin. Excuse me, Grand Moff Tarkin.
The power of the Sith.
So, nobody gave me a definitive answer, which I'm going to take to mean that we don't really know. Allow me to give my terrible, terrible theory. So we know this game started development pretty early, and stalled development for quite a while. What we also know is that during production, several people, I'm just going to say several people because there's some unconfirmedness about this, but several people wanted this game to be as much like WoW as possible. The WoW of then, not the WoW of later, right? The WoW Vanilla, basically, or WoW BC, more accurately. Pause. Hey, it's Brain Man. And Brain Man's cousin! Why would you do that instead of just... Okay.
Thank you, my friend. Those assassins were highly persistent. Before they attacked, the Sith showed me a hollow of Master Braga. He ordered them to kill me.
How did he sound? Was there any trace of his true self?
It seemed like him, but that cold-blooded killer couldn't be my old friend.
Master Satele appointed me Supreme Commander of Jedi forces here. You should meet our reinforcements at these coordinates.
I fear I'm not much of a soldier. I've never truly recovered from what happened on Tatooine. I've barely managed to survive so far. Perhaps my talents are better applied elsewhere.
This battle will not be won without sacrifices.
I could focus on evacuating the wounded to the medical transports.
Well, I am your Supreme Commander, so...
Saving lives is just as important as stopping the enemy. Go and save all the wounded you can.
When you find Master Braga, please bring him home alive. May the Force be with you.
Hey, he's got a legit outfit, Andrew. You can't deny that. Alright, so here's the big, terrible theory. We know they wanted to make a WoW clone. We know that there was some external influence in the creation of the game, as there usually is. We know they took forever to make it, and we know the Empire is better than the Republic. So Pax and I were talking about this either last night or 2 nights ago. I think they made Tor And then somewhere along the line, someone sat down and said, we should emulate WoW. And so, what is that? Why is that two things? Oh, whatever, we'll go here. And so I think they made the 4 Imperial sides and the Imperial content. And then someone said we should emulate WoW. And what does WoW do? Well, WoW has a faction system. So, with substantially less time, energy, and budget, they threw together the Republic side in its entirety. Now, in the interest of fairness, game development doesn't work that linearly. What would have, if I am correct about this, what probably would have happened is they repurposed Imperial story arcs and Imperial characters to, you know, copy-paste them over into the Republic stories. That's a very common thing to happen. But the fact remains, there's actually more evidence towards that than I thought there would be. And the more I think about it, the more I think that might be actually what happened. Probably the biggest piece of evidence I could give is the nature of how the classes are designed. There are 4 classes in this game, especially at launch. There's other things I could talk about there, like the nature of how they designed the companions, and how extremely rushed so many of the companions are in this game, or how the formulaic nature of the stories kind of breaks apart and is more patterned on the Republic side than the Imperial. I have evidence. It's not conclusive. It's just a theory.
All Jedi reinforcements are present and accounted for. General Var Suthra is requesting you on a priority channel. Patching him through now.
Hello, my old friend. I understand you're Supreme Commander of the Jedi forces here.
I see you're back in the thick of things. What can I do for you, sir?
Master Satele has informed me you're looking for a Jedi Master helping the enemy. I'm placing my resources at your disposal. I have a base camp in Labor Valley. Bring your people to my position.
I'll make sure everyone gets to the next transport. You don't need to wait for us.
I'll see you soon, my friend. Var Suthra, out.
Gotta reemphasize that we're in charge here. We are.
Feel
Us.
the power of the Sith.
We're in charge here. You know what's funny? I kept waiting for them to make the Jedi being commanders in the Clone Wars a plot point, and they never did. They just kind of let it sit there and didn't do anything with it. You know what? That's a good... Every Elder Scrolls game has had that problem to some extent or another. Yeah, I'm in charge of the Mages Guild. What are your mage skills? Well, I can stab things really hard. And I'm level 4. Well, you see, Yada.
Vehicle paths are...
we play on Starforged. I never figured out how to pronounce it. Is it Shone? Am I even close? You can tell me if I'm wrong. I know I'm terrible and stupid. See, the reason I shave is because otherwise the heat from my hair, like, beams into my brain and makes me even stupider. So the only way I can even talk is by being bald. Oh, so it's Chone instead of Shone. Okay. Unless it's not an A. I will admit that it doesn't bother me being the head of the Fighters Guild or the Mages Guild in Oblivion. Or Morrowind, if I'm being honest. It only really bothered me in Skyrim, where it felt so... weak. You know? I mean, we'll talk about that whenever we do the BRPG block, but good lord. I can literally start Skyrim, and then from the starter instance, beeline for Winter Chill, or whatever the hell it's called, and become the leader of the Mages Guild inside of, like, 2 hours.
Feel the power of the Sith.
And you're probably thinking, Lore, why are you talking about Skyrim during a tour stream? Because it's relevant. One of the big problems that a lot of game designers and writers have trouble with is they don't understand what a power fantasy actually means. Now, there's actually several different types of power fantasy in terms of design. But the truth of the matter is that one of the worst ways to do power fantasy, in my opinion, because it is so cheap, is to have basically just hand someone, here you go. You're just amazing, and you're in charge of everything, and you have the greatest art power of everything, and you're super amazing, and everyone bows before you, you win. That is technically a power fantasy in the same way that a Butterfingers is technically dinner. And I mean that comparison directly, because Butterfingers is enjoyable. I like Butterfingers. It's a great candy bar. I can't ever have it again because of my teeth, but you know. But there's no nutrition, there's no fulfillment, and the satisfaction goes away within minutes. And that's the problem. So, we're Supreme Commander of all the Jedi forces on Corellia. Do you think that's a Butterfinger? Or a steak?
General, my forces are on the way.
Glad to hear it. An agent with SIS is bringing us the latest intel on Master Tal Braga. In the meantime, we should form a battle plan to drive the Empire from this sector. It's running riot here. Agrem Thrakis is one of the chief suppliers of the Republic's war effort. She owns half the facilities in Labor Valley.
The Empire appropriated my weapon factories. They're stealing billions of credits worth of firepower.
What sort of armament is the Empire taking?
My factories produce everything from personal blasters to capital ship torpedoes. The Empire is looting all of it.
I recommend devoting all Jedi forces to removing the enemy from those weapon factories. We certainly need munitions more than the Empire. That's a priority signal from the Supreme Chancellor. Excuse me.
There is more to this than weapons, you know. The Empire also seized my company's base of operations. I want it back. If you were to allocate forces towards liberating my corporate offices, I'd be extremely grateful. And I do mean personally.
I appreciate personal gratitude, assuming it's actually worth my time.
I run a multi-trillion credit corporation. If you help me, you won't be disappointed with your reward.
Forces now ready for duty, Supreme Commander.
Never seen this many Jedi in one place. Lasted impressive. If we're going to retake those weapon factories, your people need to go now.
So what do you think? Should we be incredibly evil? For money?
I want those weapon factories cleared of all Imperial forces. Don't let the enemy escape with any munitions.
General Varsuthra, we've learned the Jedi traitor Tal Braga has sent a strike team to destroy Labor Valley.
If I can get to Master Braga, I'll end these threats for good. Where is he?
We're tracing his holo messages, but there's too much chaos on the comm frequencies to get his location. The Sith have invaded a chemical refinery to create an improvised bomb. The explosion will release a massive toxic cloud. That cloud will kill everyone here and drift into the adjacent sectors, potentially millions of fatalities.
You know what? I'm going to count that as another super weapon. Is that cool with everybody?
A weapon that indiscriminately kills friend and foe alike. The Sith are on a suicide mission.
Perhaps they're as deluded as Executor Kranis was on Bel Savis.
We still don't know which chemical refinery the Sith have, but we do know which chemicals they're gathering. Shutting down all the chemical pipelines feeding the refineries won't stop the Sith. However, it will give away their location.
Contact me when it's done. May the Force be with you all.
No, it's cool, Giga. It's cool. She's not Darkseid. She's, tan. She gets a lot of sunlight. That's what it is. It's, she's, look, okay, look. I wasn't supposed to cover for her, but she gave me a lot of Butterfingers, okay? To let her live. And we should just let her live, okay? She gave me Butterfingers. She can't be all that bad. Kind of the direction I was going with the being awesome thing. You can make someone in charge of the Mages Guild if you build up for it and, you know, earn it. But what a lot of games and writers tend to forget is that you can also have you end up being awesome without being the awesome. You don't have to be the chosen hero, the supreme master of the Jedi, the leader of the Mages Guild, the head of the Fighters Guild, the Emperor. You don't have to be at the top to be awesome, to have a power fantasy, and to have earned it. You don't know what Butterfingers are? We're not friends anymore, Giga. Also true, Bamber. They don't sell... Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to conquer the entire world to distribute Butterfingers. Worldwide. Yet what's really funny, from a game perspective, it actually is easier to make you not the leader, so that you still have missions to do for the leader.
You survive.
Think about it. Like Kira White Noise says, if you were the right hand of the Archmage, you're going to be dealing with all those high-profile, difficult missions for the Archmage, who's going to be sitting on his ass and doing all kinds of paperwork. Don't mistake me. I like being in charge as much as the next person. Probably a lot more than the... Look, I'm going to conquer the whole world. The point is, there is still a lot of potential and power in just making you a very good or very elite enforcer. Or bounty hunter. Or adventurer. Or pilot. Or whatever. Yeah, like working for Barris is actually a perfect example. I think one of the reasons Act 1, and to an extent Act 2, works so damn well is because it's actually satisfying being Barris's right-hand man, or woman. Or droid. Because, like... Well, we'll talk about that when we get there. Seriously, nobody knows Butterfinger? So we've got Sweden and Britain and wherever Giga's from. I have it on good authority that Giga's actually from Australia. I mean, I've heard her voice. And you'll hear her voice Saturday if you're here for that. Oh my god, I can't even think of his name, Malachor. He's our primary rival. And I can't even think of his damn name. Alright, that's it, Ross. I know California has Butterfingers. Oh man, I wish Denmark had Butterfingers. I mean, actually, I wish I had conquered Denmark, but, you know. What's happening Saturday? Well, I'm glad you ask. Did you know that the latest and most up-to-date episode of the Lore Walker... I was dismounting, game!
Feel the power of the Sith.
The latest episode of the Lore Walker Theater, which is The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, will be going live this coming Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be doing a pre-stream leading up to it starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please go watch it. A lot of people put a lot of work into it, including me. I know what you're thinking, but there's no dialogue in Zelda LTTP. Exactly. As I will discuss in more detail on Saturday, that's part of the reason we picked it. That way I could write a whole bunch of new and unique dialogue to flesh out the game, rather than just relying on the game's in-game dialogue. I have no doubt it'll come across as pathetic and terrible, and I'll be ousted as the awful writer that I secretly am. I'm gonna save it for Warrior. Hey, TSB. No Butterfingers anywhere? Oh my god! I think there's only one thing I can say about that. Savages! Savages! Barely even human. I don't even like that film, and I've quoted that so many times. So, does Link talk? No. I voice Link. I should probably add an addendum to that. So, I'll talk about this more when I actually get to the pre-stream, but when I faced the challenge of adding dialogue to LTTP, I had to decide if I wanted Link to talk, or if I wanted the enemies to talk, or both. I decided after a while that Link talking wouldn't even work. Mostly because, first of all, it would come across a lot like my roleplay series, if you've seen those, for Oblivion or Fallout 3. But second of all, I feel like Link is better, Link in LTTP specifically, is better characterized by his animation and his actions, rather than by saying, I feel angry. Instead, we see him butchering guards left and right, and we know he's pretty pissed. I will slaughter you, Mega Skullmon Spockmon, for even mentioning that. I should not have followed. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna go around here. God. Infinite slaughter. Alright, so no, Link does not talk. Instead, it is the enemies, the bosses who speak throughout most of the dungeons and the combat encounters.
Feel the power of the Sith.
And of course we have, as usual, the frickin' villages problem. Or the Chapter 5 narration problem if you've only saw the Undertale Theater. Lore run on the Zelda cartoon. It was dumb. There you go. Listen, some people like mint as a dessert. Some people don't like mint as a dessert. Anybody who doesn't like mint as a dessert probably deserves to be killed in the Great Butterfinger Pogrom. Fortunately, I happen to like mint, so I'm cool.
General, I've shut down the chemical pipelines.
Stand by. Agent Helver is collating the data. Did you run into much trouble out there?
There were a few troublemakers who soon saw the error of their ways.
Forgot how much fun it is to work with you. Hang on, we're getting something. One of the chemical plants was siphoning accelerite. We found our Sith bomb makers. I'm sending the coordinates to you and your strike team now. They'll meet you inside. Hurry!
Mint tea. So... I've actually seen Captain N as well. That's a whole discussion. Story negative number 3 in JK. One moment, please. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Oh god, what was Tatooine? What was the other negative there? It was Berenian! Thank you, Berenian. I know you can't see it, but I'm bowing. Always appreciate. Thank you. If you know where you want that to go, Berenian, do please let me know. Yeah, I tend to like mint desserts. And mint tea, as it happens. Mint tea is... So I like mint tea more, I've noticed, when I mix it with something else. Like mint and chamomile, or mint and apple is one that I've grown quite fond of. I need to find more spiced tea. Try that out. Oh yeah, Evo, you want to hear something funny? And by funny, I mean... Stick of truth. You got it, Brennian. Thank you again. I guess it's not just for Evo, but I figured she'd get a special kick out of this. So, you may or may not have heard me complaining about having a headache most of last week. I figured out why I was having a headache most of last week. The rose tea had caffeine in it. Ooh, that sounds good, Chaotic Danny. Let's see if I can find one. Yeah, I gave the rose tea to my sister just yesterday. Well, normally I check for those sort of things, and I did this time too. And on the site, it advertised it as being caffeine-free. However, when I looked at the physical box, guess what I saw right on the side of the box? Oh god, Shadow Machine. I mean, if the headaches persisted any longer, I would have started to suspect that something was up. I don't suffer those kind of headaches anymore, so something would have been going wrong. It's okay, we'll save Malachor, wherever he is. I'm not sure where his corpse ended up. Where's Malachor? Oh god, Malachor's dead and gone, and we'll never find him. He's definitely not right here. What does rose tea taste like? I know this is gonna sound strange, but it tastes like rose. Have you ever had rose flavoring? Like rose cookies? Or rose chocolate? That's what it tastes like. Except tea and less severe. I'm not going to sue them, but I am actually going to get my money back because I am not happy about that. Alright, it's time to kill Zeiss. Anybody who doesn't like tea is an enemy of humanity. Or at least the British. Which I secretly am. Sorry, everyone. I'm actually the new queen. My bad. Correct, TSP. I actually had to quit caffeine a long time ago because of that. It took me a real long time to narrow down what was causing me the headaches. What am I combo with? Oh. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Time for my official coronation. I promise to rule justly and fairly, and to declare war on Iceland to try and take their cod, and then lose that war 3 times in a row. Any questions? Well, that would have been funny if he'd died. Unfortunately, now he's just gonna bug out. Kneel before your queen. Wouldn't it be Queen Runner?
I'll get us through this door. Hang on.
Behind you! Cut them down!
Oh no, it's... I have absolutely no idea what. Yeah, I decided running the entire military wasn't enough. I can has it all. Oh no, it's death fodder! Keep in mind, this entire dungeon we've been fighting non-stop elites. Elites, plural, at the same time. These are SIGs. They were SIGs. Oh, now there's an elite. Okay. We did it. Oh yeah, another piece of evidence for my "they made the Empire first" theory. That's a good question, Ross. I don't know, though, legitimately. No, we lost Orcano. The animations on the Republic side are... okay, worse is a bit of a subjective thing, but I would say they're worse than the Imperial side, in my opinion. I mean that across the board. Agent over Smuggler, Warrior over Knight, Inquisitor over Consular, that's an easy one though, Lightning. And Bounty Hunter over Trooper. Although Bounty Hunter and Trooper are very similar. No, it's very simple, Freak. You see, we are a brand new Jedi Padawan who are the supreme commanders of the military effort on Corellia to try and prevent the evil Empire from mass murdering billions of people in order to kill trillions of people. Any questions? What am I in combat with? Coming! Live, Orcano! Oh, Jesus. I actually do have even more evidence for my theory that the Empire was written first. For example, some of the interviews that were coming out while the game was still in development, before it even hit beta, was of a lot of the writers who were at BioWare who were talking about how much they looked forward to the ideas of writing some new directions and new storytelling within the Star Wars universe. Which sounds a lot like writing the Empire side as a main character to me.
General, the chemical plant is ours. The Sith never finished their bomb.
After all our time together, I never expected anything less. Your Jedi army sent the Empire packing. Every weapon factory in the sector is now ours, and we're turning those munitions against the enemy. Even better, there were no casualties among your people. It's a rock-solid victory.
The man directing our enemy is still at large.
My people will root out Master Braga's hiding place. We just need more time. Republic forces have just engaged the Empire in the Axial Park sector. The fighting is heavy, and SIS reports plenty of Sith activity.
Tol Braga surely has a hand in that battle. We should go.
I already have people in Axial Park at these coordinates. I'll alert the other Jedi to meet you there. Marsuthra, out.
I don't know, 400 quadrillion sounds like a little bit low to me, but apparently that's the number? Oh no, it's 100 quadrillion, my bad.
Congratulations. You saved all my weapon factories at the expense of my company's assets.
You're welcome.
The Empire stole all our precious resources. My company lost billions to those scum. Farewell, Jedi.
You're welcome. You can just tell how that would have gone if you'd done it the other way. Unfortunately, your troops took casualties. Ah, thank you for saving our resources. Like, seriously, 10 to 1, that's what would have happened. Thank you, Doom Rider. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards whatever the hell I want to. Or wait, that's what you wanted, isn't it?
Welcome.
It's hard to be an evil overlord when your people support you, you know? No, it's just quick travel. It's right here. There it is. On the general tab on your abilities. I mean, exactly, Ventures. I don't even feel like an evil warlord anymore. I can make a joke here, but I'm not going to. So, here's a question for those of you who like this game, including me. If they just Thanos'd the Republic side out of existence, and there was just the Imperial side, do you think that would improve or reduce your overall enjoyment of the game? No, Doctor Doom is horrifically, like, screwed up evil. Like, this is a man who convinced a woman to legitimately fall in love with him. Legitimately. So he could sacrifice her to become part of his armor. Because the armor required someone who actually loves you to work. I know, right, Ventures? Hey, look, a quest that we're not doing. Whoa. God, game.
Embrace the power.
Gentle beings, this arguing solves nothing.
There shouldn't be any argument. The Republic is here to save the people of Corellia. Period.
We're here to win a war, Senator. What good is saving lives if we lose the blasted planet?
That's an interesting outlook.
The Jedi have come to rescue Corellia's people.
Nice
and free
cape
their
bug
world
there.
From the Empire.
If only everyone felt that way.
The Colonel reports to General Varsutra. This is the senator in charge of Corellia's government. They both want our help.
The Empire sent extermination patrols to our medical evacuation sites. Those murdering scum slaughtered our wounded.
Seriously, look at his cape.
Now the Empire's rewarding the killers with parties and medals. They're celebrating in plain sight, taunting us before they're shipped back home. We need to strike back before that filth leaves Corellia. Put some fear in the Empire.
I won't make any decisions without hearing the Senator's request.
Thousands of Corellian citizens are being kidnapped and forced to serve the Empire. We have to free them.
Those citizens are being kidnapped from your prisons. They're criminals.
No. They're in custody awaiting trial. They are innocent until proven guilty, and we cannot abandon them to the enemy.
Which mission would make the best use of our people?
Jedi fight hardest when they have a goal they can believe in. Revenge is not our way.
Supreme Commander, we've received advanced combat gear from Balmora. If you commit men to my cause, we'll equip you to better face the enemy.
Please stop trying to bribe me.
Outrageous. You're attempting to bribe this Jedi.
That is insulting and incorrect, Senator. I'm adding to the Supreme Commander's knowledge. The final decision is hers.
What is this nonsense? Why is this being portrayed this way? Like, the decision here, save people who are awaiting trial, or save wounded in a medical camp, could be an interesting decision. But instead it's being very clearly portrayed as, save the innocent people or get revenge. Why?
I was already planning to commit all my forces to your mission, Colonel. But I accept your offer.
I can't believe you! I'm filing a complaint to the Supreme Chancellor.
Yay.
I have coordinates to the Imperial camps where the extermination squads are celebrating. Let's shut those parties down. Wish I could get surveillance hollows to record this. It'd boost morale.
Okay, that's a
Our
little more
science
revenge.
advisor is waiting for you. He has information on that rogue Jedi you're after.
Yep, the Supreme Chancellor is going to walk in and say, I didn't realize you were the chosen one! And start licking our boots. Oh my god, we're playing as Odin.
Haven't seen you since Darth Angral became a cloud of random molecules. Glad you joined the festivities. This gathering is long overdue.
I like one of the options are, who are you?
This isn't a celebration. People are dying out there, Doctor.
As long as it's the right people dying, that's not a problem for me. My probe droids have been hunting for your Master Braga. They've found enemy activity in 2 buildings bordering Axial Park. Teams of Sith under Master Braga's command are setting up turbo lasers in the building's topmost floors. They're camouflaging the weapons from view.
Whatever they're planning, it's designed to be a surprise.
The turbo lasers are codenamed Firestorm, an adaptation of the technology from Darth Angrel's superweapon, lethal and focused. Those turbo lasers will make Axial Park a literal inferno. There would be no survivors.
The Emperor wants to inflict maximum fatalities here. We need to take out those weapons fast.
Demolitions and transport have been secured. All we need is a small commando group. I'm told you can provide that.
Just point us at the targets.
Republic military transports can't get off the ground here, but there's an Imperial assault shuttle on display at a Starship museum nearby. The enemy doesn't know the Corellians have it. They'll mistake the assault shuttle for one of their own. You'll fly directly to your targets.
Impressive plan, Doctor. Let's put it into action.
One last thing. I've modified some proton torpedoes into explosive charges. Drop one down a turbo laser's barrel and you'll fuse it shut. Weapon neutralized. Get to the shuttle. Stop the Sith before they turn this park into a giant cookout. Good luck.
I'm going to count that as another super weapon.
Embrace the power.
Again, what is a super weapon or isn't depends on how it's used narratively, not the fact that it's a weapon that is super. Because as we've discussed before, a lot of weapons are super that aren't super weapons.
You survive.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a good question. So obviously Vitiate counts as a super weapon. Let's write that down while we're here. But do you think we count as a super weapon? Oh, the Supreme Chancellor's constantly doing spec op missions. It's all he does, really. Yes, I said he. We're the only super weapon that succeeds in all of Star Wars. Some dude or dudette with a lightsaber. Yeah, I think we're going to count ourselves as one, too. So, we'll debate the others as we go. Trooper would not qualify. Smuggler would not qualify. We'll think of the other ones when we get there. Ironically, Agent actually has what I would consider to be the most powerful super weapon in the entire setting. And I mean that. Yeah, that's right. The most terrifying super weapon of all. Competency. What they can accomplish, other people can only dream of. Oh my God. Yep, nope, we're basically maxed on speeders planning. I'm not going to do the last one, but... Yeah, imagine a stormtrooper that doesn't miss. Oh, for God's sake. No, no, I don't care. I don't care. The Codex is what I was referring to, Dr. Winter. The count at the moment, if we count the Chosen One, I mean the Jedi Knight, is at 21. Eye Care Health Package? I haven't even heard of that, Andrew. I'm gonna go with no. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. That's... Yeah, you can tell I stopped being invested when I stopped murdering people who daze me. That's really impressive. I'm not gonna have time to watch it, Andrew, I'm gonna be honest. Like, no offense, just I don't have that kind of time. See, the Inquisitor's an interesting case, because I certainly think something in the Inquisitor story arc is going to qualify as a super weapon.
You survived.
I'm not sure what exactly. I have no idea, Mr. Red. Why do you ask? There's a thought. A stealth lightsaber. Instead of going... You just pull it out. Yeah, we need to talk about the Mother Machine. Honestly, we need to talk about Scorpio. When we get there. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Ed, I literally don't have the answer to your question, so your guess is as good as mine. If you're asking where large ships dock with the DS9, it would be on the claws, at the end of the claws. If you're asking where the little ships dock on Deep Space Nine, it's on the outer ring, where the main docking ring is. If you ask where their shuttles are, well, we know that there are several runabout bays which pop up on the ring and pop up from the surface there. If you're asking where the escape pods are, I have absolutely no idea. I'm not even sure they have escape pods on Deep Space Nine. Logically, they do. I think they've referenced that once, but... That's a really good question, Malachor. Let's open that one up to the group, shall we? So, the Final Order has, what is it, hundreds? Dozens? Of Star Destroyers, every single one of which can destroy a planet. Is that one super weapon? Or dozens? Or hundreds, or thousands, or God, I don't even frickin' know or want to. Please tell me there's not literally 10,000 Star Destroyers that have a planet-killing weapon attached, that are blown up in a battle that lasts a couple of hours. Like, seriously. Just taking out 10,000 Star Destroyers, minus the super-killing weapons, would be insane to accomplish. Unfortunately, bringing it down from 10,000 to 1,000 barely makes that better. That's a good question. How many people are on a Star Destroyer? Let's look this up really quick. Hang on. How many people on a Star Destroyer? Hang on. So, that's about 37,000 per ship. Thankfully, with 1,000 ships, we can do some very easy math and say we just killed a little over 250,000 people. Yay. How did Palpatine pay? What is pay?
Fool.
I mean, honestly, killing 250,000 people isn't really that big of a deal. Okay, that sounds horrible, but you know what I mean. I'm more concerned with 1,000 ships that can wipe out planets each. That's true, because those planets were wiped out, Warp Core. That's it! That's Palpatine's plan! If he gets rid of all the planets, nobody can petition for aid anymore because they don't have planets. Are we done here? No, the answer is no. We are never done with Corellia. Ever. Corellia is our future. Corellia is the future. Well, you see, J. Palmer. Of course, Evo. I was going to link you some things in order to get across ideas, although there's a few caveats there, but again, make sure to cover with me. Don't just start drawing immediately. Okay, is that... Oh my god. Oh my god. I just realized what this quest is. That's right! It's a negative to gameplay! Who knew? On Corellia, no less.
Feel the power of the Sith.
Yeah, lore shock! If I could just drop that one out there. Just insert the meme of the guy shooting the person that he's like, BioWare shoots Corellia. Who could have done this? Or he could do it where Corellia shoots the storytelling. Who could have done this? Whoa, Malachar. That's still only slightly more than 250,000 people. Nice. Oh, we killed about 100,000 less people than I thought. Sweet. Oh, yeah. Oh, killing hundreds of thousands of people is tight. Oh my god. Look at this. I've already complained about this. Look at that spread of enemies. There's no possibility of sneaking by that without stealthing. Oh, I'm sorry. Where am I? Torelli Habitat. Killing hundreds of thousands of people is super easy. Barely an inconvenience. And they just... okay. They're evade bugging. We're just gonna hope that they don't aggro us, which they did, of course.
Power.
I'm afraid I can't do it, Dr. Winter. You must give in to the pitch meeting side of the Force. I actually really like pitch mating, but then again, it's also the only part of that entire channel that was worth a goddamn for years. I actually ended up unsubscribing to that channel because, you know, I can manually check when episodes go live. Just because I was tired of all the garbage they were filling my feed with. Ugh. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it! Yeah, thank God for that, Mike Romano. Oh, Jesus. Okay, imagine for a moment. I know, right? I aggro one guy who aggroes 4 guys who aggroes another guy. This is my life now. I'm just resigned to it. That's what it is. Oh, but anyways. So, the things that Screen Rant would do would be like... I'm trying to come up with an example. It really is, Andrew. They put out a video titled Has George Lucas given away the biggest secret in Star Wars? And then there would be a 10-minute video which talks about literally nothing. It's like Star Wars is a series that was started in 1977 by George Lucas and these other people. Lucas had help from this person and that person while they were making these things. As they were making these things, this thing went in that direction, and here's some more behind-the-scenes stuff, but here's how Star Wars was. Star Wars continued to be Star Wars while Star Wars it up. After a while, there was some more Star Wars. Anyways, recently, in an interview, George Lucas mentioned that he actually thinks the light side of the Force is good, and the dark side of the Force is bad. Do you think this is the biggest change to Star Wars' mythos in history? Leave us a comment down below and let us know what you think. I want to be very clear about this. That's not me being facetious or exaggerating. Screen Rant wasn't even traditional clickbait. It was like next level empty text. We're going to Gowix Corp next. Yep. It was straight empty text, just straight up, no information, no nothing, and then right at the end, briefly acknowledging the thumbnail title or whatever, and then that's it. So that is why I unsubscribed and just manually checked until sometime, I think like earlier this year, I want to say, when George finally got his own channel and we could get away from that nonsense. Do you have to exist? Do you have a reason to exist? I'm not sure that you do, to be completely honest with you. What is your purpose? If it's to pass the butter, well then congratulations, you did it. Now get out of here. God damn it, Warp Core.
Of the Sith.
Don't you feel the power of the Sith, Warp Core? You know what's funny? To me, before I check that amazing donation from that amazing person, this has happened to me 3 times in a row. You'd think at some point I'd get annulled by it, or used to it, but no. It just keeps happening. Every time we get to Corellia, my mood plummets. Every frickin' time. I don't think I ever noticed this before. I usually have bad feelings about Belsavis, and Hoth is a little irritating. Boss is cool. Boss has some cool stuff. But I never realized how much I hate Corellia until I started reviewing it. Goodbye. Nice toss. Yeah, you can't even really out-level Corellia. Almost everywhere else, you can either be overpowered or have a kill squad. Here, having a kill squad doesn't give you an advantage, it gives you an equalization. We are capable of doing Corellia because of having a kill squad. I'm so sorry, Orcano. I really am. Oh, this place is awful.
I need to know something. Do you think you're making a difference?
Ask one of the millions of people I just saved.
The citizens of Corellia don't even know you exist. When you die, who will mourn you? None of your victories matter. You're a desperate insect clinging to a burning leaf. In the end, the Emperor wins. This fallen galaxy will be consumed. Purity will be restored.
Sorry, what?
I'm only making this offer once, Braga. Give up now, or I'll destroy you.
A hollow threat. By the time you find me, it will be too late. One way or another, Corellia dies in flames, and we will all burn together.
There's more to this than the Emperor. Master Braga is a fanatic. He will never stop. We must find him before it's too late. Perhaps Dr. Gadara has his location.
Okay, hold up. How many of you noticed that all of the the Jedi who've helped us across the act are suddenly evil fanatics of the Emperor? Am I the only person that missed the explanation on that? Like, yeah, okay, the Emperor turned them. Cool. When? How? Why? Mind controlled. Okay. When? How? Why? They're evil. It's like, okay. Cool. No transition. Like, they never do anything with that. It's just, hey, they're evil. And everyone just sort of accepts that as writ. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to give that its own story negative, because even if it's a good story point, which it isn't, it also has absolutely terrible story presentation. Honestly, the same thing could be said a lot about Jedi Knight and Trooper and Smuggler. It's almost like the whole thing was rushed and tacked onto the Empire. I'm telling you, that's what happened. Oh, sorry. Nobody likes Mega Man music.
Dr. Gadara. The Sith killed him.
No. Damn them.
Dr. Gadara meant well, but the weapons he designed nearly destroyed the Republic. Some might say we're safer without him.
Some might say he's the only reason the Republic survived this long.
All enemies accounted for, General. I found Dr. Gadara's work. Looks important.
He was tracking Master Braga's holo transmissions. He found signals coming from an Imperial battlecruiser hovering above Capitol Square.
He found Master Braga. I need to get inside that battlecruiser right now.
Republic troops established a small forward base in the government district. Gather your people and meet me there.
Your Jedi troops caught the Imperials off guard. Wiped out every one of those murdering scum. You lost a squad in the battle, but they went down fighting. Their sacrifice meant something. Thanks for doing the right thing. I found you some top-of-the-line advanced combat gear.
I'll put this gear to good use. I better get going.
Kick those Imperials into the nearest sun, Supreme Commander. I'll transmit the coordinates of our forward base to all your people and have them meet you there. Good luck.
You survived.
Oh man, look at that top-of-the-line gear. Woo! I'll probably replace that before the end of this quest chain. So, I guess I'm not explaining myself properly. Sometimes stories do this, and it always throws me a little bit. We go fight the Emperor. The Emperor knocks us all out. We have a brief scene of us being, imprisoned for however long, and then we get out. And then everyone acts like we don't need to be brought up to speed on anything that's happened since then. They just act as though it's completely normal, if that makes any sense. I know that I come down hard a lot on bad exposition, but let's be very clear. Exposition is what I would consider to be a mandatory facet of storytelling. And it's just... there's no exposition here. At all. It's just, hey... oh, and we broke out. And we're going. Alright, now you need to go after Master, whatever the first one was. What? Like, when we first showed up and saw Sahi, or whatever her name was, I was actually confused. Like, wait, why are we going after you? Why are you here? What's... huh? Now, that could have been the exposition moment right there. That could have been the moment where they explain, the Emperor spoke to us, showed us the true path, or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. Instead, it was just, hi, I'm evil. Wait, now I'm confused. The end. Tell you what, Dr. Winter, you've talked me up to 2 negatives. Let's do it. I am not joking. Oh, although I might have already given one of them. Hang on, let me write this. Let me check here.
You survived.
Try and explain my point a little bit, because I know I'm failing to make my point. I want you to imagine for a moment that there's an episode of Star Trek. We'll go with TNG, because that's easiest to work with. During this episode, Picard is knocked into a coma and passes out for, like, a few weeks, okay? Or 3 months, doesn't matter. Decent chunk of time. He wakes up, and all of a sudden, all of the other crew of the Enterprise are now walking donuts. Now, nobody reacts to this, or talks about this, or even mentions it. It's just the new norm. We can assume what happened off camera, because, you know, there was that time skip, but you kind of need to do something with that other than just have it be there, which is a common problem with Jedi Knight.
You survived.
A lot of the plot points are just there. They don't do anything with them.
We're at the point of no return, my friend. Win or lose, this is where we'll make our stand. Eris Wyam is with Corellian intelligence. He's just learned our job here is even harder than we thought.
My reconnaissance teams just picked up an energy surge coming from the reactors on that Imperial battlecruiser. We believe the cruiser's reactors are being overloaded, building to detonation.
Master Braga sabotaged his battlecruiser. He's using it to destroy this whole sector.
Why not simply crash it into the...
What?
A reactor detonation at its present altitude won't just flatten this sector. The radiation release will kill people for hundreds of kilometers.
Oh, you mean planetary sector.
A secure turbo lift connecting the cruiser to the government buildings. They use it to send troops there.
Your strike team will use that to get inside the cruiser, shut down those reactors, and deal with Master Braga.
Sorry. It's just... sectors are a real thing in Star Wars. They usually consist of hundreds, or in some cases, thousands of planets.
This'll be different. Usually I run away from exploding enemy cruisers.
I have absolute confidence you'll survive this. If I'm wrong, we won't live to regret it. I'm commanding a platoon of Republic troops. With your Jedi squads backing us, we'll hit enemy command and control centers all over this area. We'll keep the enemy's attention off your strike team and retake Capital Square for the Republic.
I wish there were more Jedi for this mission. It would improve your odds of success.
That's fine.
My people are battle-hardened and ready for anything.
I'm counting on that. This is it, friends. May the Force be with us.
Enough platitudes. Let's end this.
In the rewrite or in the original, Ross? Because the answer is no in both cases. So I don't know why I'm asking that. No. I would, however, have to look at a map to tell you what's in Sector 001 in original canon. See, Dr. Winter actually asked an interesting question. If the donut thing was conveyed as weird and bizarre as it should be, and if there was a reaction to it, and you know, the story kind of adjusted and acknowledged and moved around everyone being donuts, would that be bad? I mean, in the interest of fairness, that would still probably be a stupid episode of Star Trek. But, no, I don't think I would give that its own story negative. Yeah, the key point is the lack of presentation and the time skip, which are the two things I've given negatives for. Not the fact that they're evil. I mean, honestly, Jedi going evil is so old hat. That's like telling me that water is wet. That's how banal that is. And Jedi being tortured into evilness by the Emperor? Yeah, okay, sure. Although I'm curious why he decided to send so many of his former enemies turned slavish followers into this. And then, of course, Braga is apparently this horrifically evil person. Like, Braga was supposed to... Like, they even made a comment about it earlier. Braga, I remind you, is the person who swayed the Dark Council guy over to the Jedi side. And Braga is so evil that they actually made a comment that he's a true fanatic. He's going to kill all of them, and blah, 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 blah. And we'll see the conclusion of Braga's storyline, hopefully in about a minute, but more accurately, in about 70 minutes, because this is Corellia. Oh, no, not at all, Dr. Winter. No. As I think I made it clear, Jedi being evil is just a Tuesday. As I say, I mean, the original Dark Jedi were Jedi originally, weren't they? Unless we're counting the Emperor. Oh, Jesus. Empress Tita stuff. It's okay, we will kill Sith Berman. Darth Berman, actually. This is an interesting circumstance. No. Well, actually, Roddenberry would kind of be Vitier. He is about that pathetic. Come on! God damn it! I can't even kill one guy. Oh well. I tried. Oh, I can just release it right here. Or I can't, and it was lying to me. Wow, I love being lied to. Yes, and I actually like adventures. So, somebody asked, what is the maximum positives or negatives one thing can be given? So the answer is 3. But there's some provisos on top of that. Let's say I give a quest 3 negatives.
Feel the power
now,
of the Sith.
Are 3 negatives the most negatives that can be given to a single quest? God damn it. God damn it. We weren't using this system back then. Dice. So the answer to your question is invalid. Correct, Loke. That's the answer I was looking for. Invalid. reform the Empire from within, fix the galaxy, help people, win. It's not your fault, Giga. This area just turbo sucks. Yeah, Anthem's actually kind of old at this point. Who asked that question? That was... the question bot is broken. We didn't even catch that. Whatever. We actually don't have any questions for quite a while. Interesting. I do have a question from Star Wars that I forgot to answer. And a question from Bamber. I don't know if either of those people are here, but if you're here, please feel free to say something so I can answer your questions.
Feel the power of the Sith.
I mean, God, I hope Jedi Consular isn't this bad. I really, really do. Surely it's better than this. Surely. The best part will be I'm not really used to playing a Consular Shadow. I mean, the Consular is the only one that's up in the air. I'm pretty sure Bounty Hunter will be better than Smuggler, which will be better than Jedi Knight and Trooper. And I'm pretty sure Inquisitor will be better than Bounty Hunter, and then I'm pretty sure it'll be Sith Warrior and then Agent. Most of that's probably how it is, right? Like, that's kind of set in stone. The only wild card, in vague terms, is Consular. It is quite literally the Republic side's last hope. Yeah, Bounty Hunter has splits. Enough said. I was kind of leaning towards that, Shadow. Correct. I've actually been thinking about it as we go, and I've come up with very vague snippets of memories. Something about holocrons. And that's it. We'll see if I remember any of it as we go. Oh no, survive the Sith ambush. There's a point at which the Torah stories intersect. The expansion, I suppose? Literally no, but functionally, the Agent storyline is the most connected to all the other storylines.
You survived.
Well, that's one way to get rid of a force field. It's time for the most terrifying fight of all.
You slipped past the ray shield. That's unfortunate, but you won't win. For the Emperor to succeed, the people of Corellia must die. Only then can this ruined galaxy be redeemed.
The Emperor has filled your head with lies. Death is not redemption. You know better.
There is no redemption through peace. The Emperor showed me the truth. This galaxy isn't worth saving. Every being, every creature is weak and useless. All except him. The Emperor is strong, perfect, transcending both Sith and Jedi. He will cleanse the stars of our impurity.
Really?
Then to follow your logic, I can redeem a fallen Jedi by killing him. Master Braga, prepare for your redemption.
That's actually kind of a good line. No, I am defeated. Hold still.
General Varsuthra, I've shut down the cruiser's reactors. I repeat, the battle cruiser is under my control.
Understood. I'll send troops to secure the vessel and hold it for the Republic. Fighting down here is bad. I may not be able to...
That man just took a rocket to the face.
Do you really think you've won? You only prolong the galaxy's suffering. In the end, no one is saved. This battle will be fought forever. Nothing I do matters.
Every choice matters. You chose to become Sith, and people suffered because of it.
I wanted it all to end. No Sith. No Jedi. No war. You've stopped his plans for now, but the Emperor is patient. He will try again and again until he wins.
It's true. We will never be safe until he's dead.
The Emperor is on Droman Kaas. Go to him. You will see how pointless our struggles have been.
The Imperial capital is a big planet. Where exactly will I find the Emperor?
I will give you the Emperor's coordinates. Even in his weakened state, you are no match for him. I tire of this horrible existence. My life has been a failure. End it.
So that's actually a really horribly evil option. The third option there, if you can't read that, is Force Persuade. Go kill Sith. That's messed. So I'm gonna do it.
You will use the Emperor's power to hunt down the Sith. You will become my assassin.
I will use the Emperor's power to hunt down the Sith. I will become your assassin. I feel reborn. I have a purpose.
Impressive. You're learning, Jedi.
Here, take this. You'll need every advantage when you face the Emperor. I'm going. May the Force be with you.
That is messed up. Well, moving on, I suppose. And yes, my Sith companion was like, hey! Yeah, Brofist! Are we dark side? Nope, we are still more light than dark.
You survived.
Still. Why would that be a hot take, Mike Bono? I know people like Birdemic's story. I know people who like The Way to Eden. Like, at this point, nothing you're going to be able to tell me is going to surprise me. I'm good. We're good. Me too, actually, Mr. Red. It feels like I should just warp over there.
Embrace the power.
I'm not sure, Cashel. I mean, getting rid of Vitiate would be a great idea. It's okay, Braga. You can turn the Emperor to the light side. He's just another Sith, Venters. It's fine. It's fine. He's just another Sith, Venters.
Let me get this straight. Not only did you save millions of lives, but you and your strike team seized an Imperial battle cruiser? Well, doesn't sound any less incredible when I say it out loud. The rogue Jedi you were after. Did you catch him?
The Jedi Council asked me to keep that to myself. What matters is he's no longer a threat to Corellia.
If Jedi weren't famous for their honesty, I'd think you were giving us the brush off. I wish I had good news.
But the General's mission was not successful. He didn't have the forces he needed. They put up a good fight, but the enemy had superior numbers. There were no survivors.
All those soldiers and Jedi, gone. The cost of this battle was too high.
There's still plenty of fighting to be done. The Empire is down, but it's already regrouping. I'd ask you to stay, but I get the feeling you've already got one foot out the door. Good luck.
Actually, for once I did, my kimono. This is a playlist, but I put it on here very specifically. Okay, let's go do the final mission. Let's go to Dromund Kaas. Do you want me to pick you all up here in Corellia? Please help me with this. I'm pretty sure I'm actually incapable of fighting this jackass by myself. At this level. With this gear. Normally I'd be excited about Dromund Kaas. It's one of my favorite planets. By memory. We'll see how it rates.
Of the Sith.
Ugh. I'm coming. Of course you may, Evo. Oh. You lied to me, Malachor. And you know what happens to people who lie to me? I force control you into being my slave assassin. Slave assassin? Sass slave? Giga, are you coming? Slassin. Oh, I like it. Slaves. Slassin. Slazen? Slazen. A sass slave. Oh, it's even better. I haven't decided yet, Jay Palmer. Depends on what they do with it. But yes, hang on. Let's pull up the actual final dungeon this time. No rally style. We know because we're done with Corellia. Hi, Giga Pudding. I could always use a little bit more pudding in my life. Officiate death counter. I mean... Now let me organize my thoughts. Hang on, because I had a few thoughts on the review. I want to make sure. Finish these up. I'm gonna get rid of that thing. Just gonna say JK Tatooine and leave it at that. Hang on, let's do everyone's dialogue really quick.
When I was first given this assignment, I believed it would be an excellent opportunity to serve the Republic. I underestimated. It has been the greatest honor of my life.
I'm sure glad you've been busy scrubbing the what have you been doing?
You can serve with my squad anytime, Sergeant.
Thank you, Master Jedi. I promise you, I'll train this squad to be the most efficient fighting machine in the Republic, even the droid. I'm with you until the bitter end. Victory or death.
Okay. Let's talk to the best character.
Lindley. She was a sweet girl. Wonder whatever happened to her. Hope she caught that shuttle off Malastare. Probably should have left her some credits. Oh, hey. Strangest thing. I was chatting with Kira and I suddenly had this urge to rethink my past relationships.
Any brilliant insights you'd like to share?
It occurs to me I haven't always been a gentleman. My intentions were pure. It was the follow-through that got me in trouble. On the other hand, the follow-through is why they always forgave me. I'm overanalyzing things. I should eat something.
Okay, that admittedly amuses me. Kira just being like, go rethink your crap.
I now understand why your council tries to control your pleasure as well as your anger. Pleasure is a far more powerful motivator.
Pleasure's for the weak.
Jedi have no need for comfort or...
That is not what I meant with that.
I now want pleasure.
What makes pleasure more dangerous than other emotions?
Pleasure is the foundation of all desires. There is nothing that inspires so much anger as thwarted longing. I still remember the feel of sunlight on my skin, the scent of favorite foods, the color of my first love's eyes. To experience those simple pleasures again would be worth anything.
See? You haven't lost your humanity after all.
Do not mock me.
That wasn't...
I understand why your council controls you. What I'll never comprehend is why you let them.
I feel like someone's trying to get Scourge over there sick. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Anyways, let's see. Is that it? No T7, no Kira? Okay.
Master Satele, my mission on Corellia is complete. Republic forces have gained the upper hand, and Master Braga is no longer aiding the enemy. I managed to break the Emperor's domination of him. Master Braga is now sabotaging Imperial forces from within.
I worry for him. I hope he returns here soon.
I've also learned the Emperor is on Dromund Kaas. His efforts against us have weakened him. Our enemy is vulnerable. For now.
The Emperor is determined to destroy the galaxy. It's him or us.
You must face the Emperor again. And this time you cannot fail.
Cool.
The Emperor won't survive our next meeting. That's a promise.
Be mindful of anger. It is a weapon the Emperor could easily turn against you.
Dromund Kaas is the Imperial capital. Legions of Sith call it home. The remaining population is almost entirely Imperial military. We're invading a planet of people who want us dead. We'll have to fight for every centimeter of ground.
There must be some way to achieve our goal without violence. Could we disguise ourselves somehow?
No spy ever sent to Dromund Kaas has returned alive, and we have no time for elaborate ruses. We must surprise the Empire by doing what they least expect. A frontal assault on their homeworld. Jedi and Republic warships will converge on Dromund Kaas and will engage the Imperial fleet. We will mask your assault on the surface.
Master Satele, that's a suicide mission.
If you defeat the Emperor, whatever sacrifices are required will not be in vain.
I will help you navigate the planet's defense network and land safely. After that, no promises.
Your success or failure will not merely decide the galaxy's fate. It will change everything. Forever. Find the Emperor and stop him once and for all. May the Force be with you.
But now we're at the point of not just saving billions or trillions or quadrillions of lives, but everything ever. Everything. Ever.
You have surprised me, Jedi. You have the heart of a Sith. Had you been born on Korriban, you would be sitting on the Dark Council now. It is too late to turn you fully from the light. But should your children have a connection to the Force, I will see them properly trained.
Was that a compliment or a threat?
How did you take it? The Force is strong in you. Too strong for the restrictions the Jedi impose. Had you been instructed in the true way of the Force, the galaxy could not match your power. I will make sure that mistake does not happen again.
Okay. They're already talking about our babies.
I've marked the best escape pod for your sole use. I, of course, will go down.
Dromund Kaas. Is anybody else seeing that? Like, we're just stuck in hyperspace. Do you see that? Look. We're stuck in hyperspace. Now jump out. I'm out of here. Yeah. Oh my god, it let me. I didn't think it was gonna let me. Where am I? I'm on Drummond Koss. Hold up. Let me, hang on. Yes, Damashi, that's the one.
Welcome back, Master. If you detect the aroma...
We've landed on Drummond Koss. Any sign we've been detected?
Good for us, but the Republic fleet's getting blown to bits up there. We need to wrap this up fast.
I examined the coordinates Tolbraga gave you. The Emperor has gone to an ancient temple deep in the jungle. Access is highly restricted.
Yes, that temple.
What do you know about this ancient temple?
The Emperor built it. He imprisoned his enemies there for many centuries. It is a place of vast, dark power. One of the Emperor's private shuttles is not far from here. It has full security clearance to enter the temple.
Great. Now all we have to do is fight through a city full of bad guys trying to kill us.
Moving as a single unit will give away our objective. We could pair off and follow separate routes to the shuttle.
The rest of you will have better odds if I keep the enemy focused on me.
Do not be overeager. You're the only one who can face the Emperor. If you die, our mission fails. You all have the shuttle's coordinates. I recommend no one be late arriving there.
You know, honestly, I can't tell how much I would like or hate that. So for those of you not reading chat, imagine for a moment that in the middle of fighting the Emperor, Vitier says, "You, the Chosen One, will one day be reborn to face me again, and I will take a new form, though it will be shriveled, old, and decaying. I will live again! Bwahaha, Palpatine," etc. Okay, real talk, it's nice to be on Drummond Koss again. Drummond Koss has some great aesthetics. We'll cover those more later. Don't mind me. Oh, come on. I'm just here to kill your leader. That being said, Drummond Koss also has some problems, but we'll get to those later. Oh, right, I need to go up here. What am I looking up at? Other than, you know, the prettiness of the eternal storm. Come in peace. We're here to murder your leader. Now, if you think about it, the ability of a Jedi to be an ODST, like, innately, would be an interesting power, wouldn't it? Remember we talked about in the rewrite, maybe giving each, you know, Force user their own signature abilities? Imagine if there's one Force user that could do exactly that. Just... Yeah, I think my canonical house is still on Drummond Koss. Because I think I only get one per account. Yeah, there's housing in this game. It's not great, but it's housing. Uh-oh. We're really getting ramped up now. Mostly because I forgot to not hit random. Now I run into a mob like disentangle them random. It's just problem after problem here. Apparently you can have more than one house. This is news to me, but I believe you. Secretly, I don't believe you at all. Why are you lying to me, Psychotic? Why would you do that? Uh-oh, my commando's lying to me too.
I will fly us to the Emperor's temple, but you must face him alone. No one else can resist his direct influence.
No one else.
We will provide support and destroy the Emperor's guards. The droid can use the temple's network to coordinate our efforts.
Emperor equals no influence over droids. Okay, one of the only things I like about this, once again, it doesn't earn it, but it is nice, is the game ends and begins with T7 and the Jedi.
I'll do whatever it takes to stop the Emperor. The rest of you just stay alive.
Survival is not our goal here. Only destroying the enemy.
Every one of us is expendable. If the galaxy is to survive, the Emperor must fall. You are all on your own. Succeed or fail, no one is coming to save you.
Speak for yourself. If anyone needs help, I'll be there. Unless it's you, of course.
Don't be foolish. We have surprised the Emperor, but he will recover quickly. We cannot grant him time to gather his power.
Let him prepare all he wants. Ready or not, I'll destroy him.
My vision of this moment never revealed the outcome of your battle. Let us hope this has not been some cruel joke.
Yep, we're killing Vitier today.
You can count on me. Victory or death.
Wait, did he... Are you...
I'll take victory. Let the Emperor have death.
Why are you here? Come on, T7. The only companion on the Jedi Knight story arc I have given a positive to. And I know that's going to raise some hackles, but honestly, I haven't been impressed with Kira. We'll see what they do with her later. I thought I would like her. I just don't. I do like her acting. Come on, T7. Let's do this. Now, as much as I think... Yes, that's Laura Bailey. Much as I am fond of Droman Koss... Oh, you son of a... You get choked for that. I have to admit, there's one part of Droman Koss I always dread doing. That temple we're about to walk into. I just did, Mike D'Amato. We're not doing the... Okay, listen, Mr. Red. I know you hate me, and you want me to die. But if we actually did all the expansions on every class, I would have to put a gun to my head and pull the trigger. There wouldn't be any bullets in it, because I don't want to make you watch that. That's horrific. What the hell's wrong with you? But I would just sit here, clicking over and over and over again. And then I'd beat myself to death with the gun. But yes, this is the Coruscant equivalent. And you know how you go into the works as the final micro area of Coruscant? This temple is the final micro area of Droman Koss. I am so sorry, Mega Skullmon Spockmon. Yes, Warp Core. Yes, they are. That's what we are currently inside, Mike D'Amato, is the temple. You can tell because there's these weird tentacles on the floor. I think Knight is going to be Trooper. I didn't think it was going to. I really didn't. But I think Knight might actually be Trooper, despite being funner to play. You'll notice Knight has gotten gameplay positives, which Trooper had like 2, I think, total. A ruined Jedi temple on Droman Koss? Is there a ruined Jedi temple on Droman Koss? Oh, that's creepy and unnecessary. Oh, you mean on Coruscant. Right. Yeah, that's actually only specific to... I don't even remember which class. Jedi Knight, maybe? I think it's Jedi Knight. Apparently we go there as the Consular as well. Man, I am impressed. I really am. It's okay. They're definitely going to nail the final dungeon. Speaking of which, I should get some last dungeon music going. Really hype us up here. Let's see. Final dungeon. Final dungeon. This is it. This is it. We're doing it. Deactivating ray shield. Checking on the strike team. Alert! Rusk is surrounded by enemies. Current estimated odds of survival. Very low.
I need to face the Emperor. Get this ray shield down. Now.
Jedi equals abandoning a friend. Decision equals incorrect. Alright, we got this. We got this. It's time to beat the ultimate villain of ultimate ultimateness. The single most terrifyingly evil one ever to exist. Ever. We're going to change everything. Forever. Just think, there wouldn't even be an original trilogy if not for the Jedi Knight. Think about it. I thought that was based on your romance, which is hysterical, because, you know, we haven't romanced anyone, so apparently it defaults to freaking Rusk. Either that or it picked our highest, rep? No, Kira's our highest rep by quite a bit, actually. Right, I am the sister of the Kuma. No one can stand against me. No one! The last duel, Warp Core. Oh yeah, Star Wars. You asked a question earlier. What do I think of Lucas's incredibly stupid headcanon? That the Sith and Jedi didn't fight a war, the Sith just ruled the galaxy, then killed each other off until there was two left. That's stupid. Oh, hang on. I actually have special The Emperor song queued up right here.
The circle closes. The end begins. You sacrifice your friends to this confrontation, hoping for advantage. You have gained little. My life spans millennia. Legions have risen to test me.
Okay, hold up. That song is actually from Resident Evil. For those of you not aware. I'd forgotten about it until Valvetrix linked it to me a couple days ago. That's a real song in a real video game. Okay, so the first time I ever did this, let me give you a little bit of historical context if you don't mind really quick. Once upon a time, back in the day, I was playing this game and I hated it. So I put it down very early on. About a year-ish later, year and a half, I finally picked it back up and played through everything with a friend of mine. But we did the Imperial side first. So I had played all 4 classes and seen pretty much all 8 storylines on the Imperial side before I even touched on the Republic side. Then we switched to the Republic side and I started playing as a Jedi Knight. By the time we got here, we finally meet the Emperor. And by this point, remember that I've seen all the crap on the Imperial side. So I'm like, they really build up the Emperor. He's the big, powerful, oh my god, the Emperor rules and proclaims, and he's millennia old, and he's super powerful, and he brushes your teeth at the same time, and he makes sure that all your taxes are paid on time and everything. It's incredible, right? So they built up the Emperor a lot, if you do the classes in that order. So then we get here, and it's some old dude in a suit, and that's actually a generic armor suit, and a generic mask. Like there's nothing special about him whatsoever. And I'll never forget my first thought when I first saw him was, that's it? That's the Emperor? Now, I want to talk about that briefly. Yes, I know it's not the Emperor. Well, spoilers, first of all, but second of all, nothing indicates that here. Are you paying attention to that? Nothing indicates this is not the Emperor. So, two thoughts when you build up a character a lot, and then you present them visually. You can do one of two things. You can make them look extremely impressive and extremely cool looking, or you can make them look very unassuming. And in my opinion, both work. To use the classic example, Palpatine, as it was showcased in Return of the Jedi, is honestly the perfect look for a Supreme Sith Master, in my opinion. And I mean that. He's an old man in a robe with a walking stick. He's also ludicrously powerful, personally powerful even, and can just kind of stomp everything around him without effort. But he just looks like an old man. I love that. I love that the first time I saw it, and to this day I have trouble coming up with another example of someone who looks so unimpressive for being as powerful as they are. Yoda is actually another example of this. So that was awesome. But you can also make them look super big and amazing and impressive, which is another thing you can do. Warcraft does this several times. But instead, he looks like Bob from accounting. Okay, that's dismissive. He looks like Bob from Sith accounting. I'm pretty sure I've fought 37 Sith Lords in this story arc alone who look better than him in one direction or another. This is pathetic.
You're a threat to every living being in the galaxy. If you won't surrender, I will destroy you.
You are a blind insect, contemplating the void of space. My ascendance is inevitable. A day, a year, a millennium, it matters not. I hold the patience of stone and the will of stars. Your striving is insignificant. Let your death be the same.
And back to the music. He literally sounds like any random Sith, of which we have fought many. I am glad you liked it, Ross.
You harness immense power, but you lack the purity of will to direct it. I will not be contained. I cannot be redeemed. Death is all that remains, and you will not kill me.
You've underestimated me for the last time. It's finished, Lord Scourge. I killed the Emperor.
I can sense him fading, but he is not gone.
If I must die, everything dies with me.
That's it. That was the Sith Emperor.
The temple is coming apart. We have to leave. Get back to your ship.
That's it. Hope you enjoyed that. You know, it's... Oh, hello. Hi! I killed your Emperor! It's even worse when you consider that both Sith Inquisitor and Sith Warrior actually have pretty awesome final boss fights. Multi-stage final boss fights, even. Oh, wow, I can just warp back to my ship here. So we did it! We actually have a couple more quests. We're not quite done yet. Yeah, Agent's final boss is pretty good, too. I'll give you that.
Master Satele, the Emperor is dead. Do you read me? The Emperor is dead.
We read you loud and clear. Imperial warships are dropping out of hyperspace all around us. We must retreat from Dromund Kaas. Rendezvous with the Republic flagship Valiant at these coordinates. I'll meet you there. Master Satele out.
I see your crew survived without unnecessary heroics from you.
Kira saved Sergeant Rusk.
I could either save the galaxy or rescue my crew. I had to focus on the greater good.
The operation was successful regardless. Kira and I inflicted heavy damage on the enemy.
What's done is done. Our orders are clear. We should set course for the flagship Valiant.
Now, I see several people in chat repeating this over and over and over again. You keep saying constantly, the Emperor's not dead, all we killed is a voice. The Emperor's not dead, all we killed is a voice. And yet, you'll notice nothing is indicating that. I don't know this for total certainty, but I'm about 99% certain that that's a retcon. Because the way this is portrayed is 100% we killed the Emperor. Everything portrays it as if we did it, and he did, yo. Now, we'll talk more about the Emperor and how he's totally not dead, because he isn't, in the expansions, which will be a while from now. All we need to know right now, all we're covering right now, all we're reviewing right now, is this. And this sucks. I'm sorry, I don't have any jokes left in me. The Resident Evil 1 was the last one I had. This is the big dramatic ending. We did it. We killed the Burning Legion. We defeated the Empire. Ugh. Look at this. They're even aping KOTOR 1, which was already aping A New Hope. They even do the droid thing! You know what? You know what? Hang on.
You saved our galaxy from destruction. The Emperor's death has turned the tide of this war.
Combined with our success on Corellia and the damage inflicted on Dromund Kaas, the Sith are in chaos. It's glorious.
Today we avenged the sacking of Coruscant and the destruction of the Jedi Temple. Now we will tighten our grip until the last Sith...
Oh my god! Oh my god, look at the 2D graphics of the crowd. I've never seen that before.
Even the neutral worlds rally to our side. It is my honor to present each of you with the Republic.
I'm sorry, I've just never seen that before. It's so bad. I love it. I love it.
Live forever as heroes of the Republic. Jedi Knight Kira Carson, Sergeant Fidelton Rusk, T-701, Dr. Archibald Kimball.
Archibald? Seriously?
Just call me Doc. Please.
Even you, Lord Scourge. Though you joined us for selfish reasons, you saved more lives than your own.
The Emperor is dead, and you're still with us. Why?
Where else can he go? The Sith want him dead. We're the only friends he's got.
Yeah, it's a pretty dumb
I
question.
do not require friends or protection. I will stay until I am certain the Emperor left us no surprises.
Well, what about your cape, buddy?
There is you. How do we even begin to account for the turns your life has taken since you first arrived on Tython? You embody what every Jedi strives to become. Your courage, commitment, and leadership have seen us through this dark time. From this day forward, you are no longer a Jedi Knight. You are a Jedi Master.
So, yeah. Okay, cool. I need to go talk to Anakin for no reason. Just give me a minute.
I will uphold the Jedi Code and bring justice to the galaxy.
These are the moments we strive for. When the hope of victory becomes real. When we can see peace on the horizon. May the Force be with us.
We're not actually done. We're not actually done. Just... Oh my God! I'm actually in shock at how bad that was. I really am. I know that I kind of came across as just beating up the punching bag at a certain point, but please, anybody who knows me knows I don't seek out negatives. I don't need to seek out negatives. I don't need to invent negatives. You know what I mean? This is our third class. We're going to Consular starting tomorrow. Man, I would love a Snickers right now, but I can't, because I am the chosen one. I will turn this Snickers into the most nutritious form of food imaginable. Oh, I'm so sorry, Malachor. Why is this still in my log? Get out of my log. The Chosen One just eats Snickers, and they just materialize into concentrated joy. What are they doing, Warp Core? I must have missed it. Oh, so now time to talk to T7 and Kira, the only ones we got left. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Yeah, honestly, me too, Orcano. I really wasn't... Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's Doc. Hi, Doc.
This end of the galaxy business we're always mixed up in. Can't last, right? And sooner or later we'll win. Then what? Always been happy to just drift from one system to the next.
Marry me, Doc!
Down is for settlers. The thing is, there's a lot to be said for a home-cooked...
Marry me, Doc.
...bed at the end of the day.
Marry me.
Are you sure you'd be happy living a quiet life?
Me? I'm talking about the rest of this crew. We've got to convince Kira, Rusk, and the others to retire. They're taking up valuable crew space we could use for more interesting personalities. We could hire a Zeltron or even a Thelan. Ugh, they're easy on the eyes. This crew could be colossal. Think about it.
Uh-huh.
Funniest thing, that thrill I used to get from saving a patient, it's gone. Once you're saving the galaxy, nothing else compares. I mean, how many doctors get to say they saved a septillion beings? I'm thinking it's just me.
No one knows how many living beings there are in the galaxy.
Good point. Could be twice that many. Point is, if you hadn't taken me along for this ride, I would have missed out. I appreciate that. In fact, I am offering free medical care for you and anyone else you want. Lifetime guarantee.
Does that offer expire with me?
Good question. I want to live forever, but you can't expand my commitments after you're gone. We'll figure it out later.
Wow, yeah, that's... Everyone except Kira is done. Wow. Even the companion send-offs are more pathetic. We don't even have a send-off for T7. He just stopped.
I think you'll want to see it.
He's gone. Everyone knows that. But his voice, still in my head.
Oh no!
I can't sleep. Nothing makes sense. The Emperor is dead.
No.
Why is he still talking?
He's back.
Silenced him, Kira.
Somehow, Palpatine has returned!
Name's Shuri. Trained with her on Korriban before I left. She's a child of the Emperor.
A child of the Emperor seeking help from a Jedi?
Not just any Jedi. The only ones to break the Emperor's control. Shuri's gone rogue from the Empire, holed up at one of our favorite vacation spots, Voss. And whether or not we can help her, we sure don't need another crazy Sith wandering Voss.
Boss?
We'll set course for Voss immediately.
Voss?
I have Shuri's coordinates. We'll confront her together and figure this out.
Okay. Man, I was just... Damn it, you stole my joke. You know, I'm still going to say the joke. Screw you. You know the only thing that would make this better for me? Imagine if I was in the middle of playing Fortnite, which I do every evening in my spare time. And all of a sudden there was this message about, I am the great Lord Darth Tenebrae, and I have survived. And then he starts, you know, flossing, because why not? I floss every night too. Here, I'll do it right now. It's hard to floss right here because there's a tooth missing. I don't know. I've seen Palpatine serve someone before, so... Oh my god, Tyrant. Oh my god, it's worse. It's worse than I thought. It's so much worse than I thought it was going to be. I was actually prepared for this to stomp Trooper. In a good way. Like, in a... It's nowhere near as bad as I remember way. It's just kind of generic and boring kind of a way. And here we are.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Jay Palmer asked a question. Do the Zelda games carry on from each other or reference each other? Yes and no. So... Dry, too. Sorry. See, I just use it as shorthand at this point, Shiny Toki. I don't really mean it as a joke. It's just shorthand for... because plot. It's another way to say because plot. Jay Palmer asks Zelda games. So, some Zelda games are direct sequels to each other, like Wind Waker to Ocarina of Time. Several Zelda games are indirect sequels to each other, like Majora's Mask to Ocarina of Time. But for the most part, there's only a few specific Zelda games that directly reference each other. Most of them are off doing their own thing by themselves. Is this up? It's not up. Okay, that's cool, and apparently not relevant to whatever I'm doing. Peace! Oh, for God's sakes.
Glad to be back.
Stay back! Stop talking! You're not real. None of you.
Calm down. We're plenty real.
You! No. There's no hope. He won't be silent. He puts words in me.
Come with us. We can teach you how to defy his will.
The Emperor's gone, Shuri. He can't control you.
He wants me to flee? No. Attack. Set fire to Ord Mantell. Wait, that's wrong. Freeze the oceans of Manaan. Changing commands. Which are lies. What is truth? Can't live like this. Help me. Kill me.
Ignore the Emperor. Follow the sound of my voice. Only my voice. Let me lead you.
Your voice. Only yours. Yes, Master. Take my weapon. Strike me down.
Enough. Leave us, Jedi. She is our sister. We will make her whole again.
Tell me who you are and I'll consider it.
Don't. I remember Tanak. He's vermin.
We are children of the Emperor, like her. We understand what it means to be severed from him. With our assistance, she will regain control. Without it, she'll die. There's nothing you can do.
Nice story. Got a better one. We take her to Tython and she gets real help.
We can free Suri from the Emperor's will.
Loyalty to the Emperor is forever, and she does not want to be free. Tell the Jedi how you summoned me. You begged for my help.
Yes. He'll rearrange the words. They won't hurt anymore. I'll be silent.
What's the plan? Let her go with them? Or fight it out?
Blast, I hate this. My gut says let her go.
A wise choice. Come along, Shuri.
Things would have gone bad if we'd pushed them. This way, we get another chance to bring Shuri around.
I wish the Jedi Council could see you right now.
They will. I recorded the whole thing. People need to know the children of the Emperor are still a problem. Voss gives me the creeps. Let's get off this rock.
Apparently we didn't even need to kill him. I don't even remember having an option to not kill them. Who knew? Yeah, I'm with you, Dr. Winter, and I mean that. I enjoy that movie. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But God, I hate that sequence. Remember I mentioned the donut thing earlier? What they do there is worse. Imagine Picard wakes up and Riker's like, somehow we're all donuts. And Picard just is like, okay.
Been thinking about that bad party we went to on Voss. Raises a lot of questions. If Tanak was being honest, the children of the Emperor are still hearing his voice. That bother you?
The Sith shouldn't be receiving messages from a dead man.
Plenty of Force users keep jabbering long after they're dead. Emperor might be one of them.
You knew him better than I did. What's your gut tell you?
Hey, you say he's dead. Doesn't matter what I think. One bright spot to this, I'm not hearing strange voices. The Emperor and me, definitely over.
Definitely. Wink. Oh, we're not even done. Oh my god.
Still remember the first time I met you on Tython. All I could think was, why is Master Satele fawning over this girl? Now I know. You're the best Jedi in the Order, and a good friend.
With you and me together, the Sith don't stand a chance.
I'll always have your back, boss. Not to get sentimental, but if anything happens to you, I'll take care of your people. Don't worry about them.
Thank you, Kira. That means a lot.
Figure you carry enough on your shoulders. Never hurts to have backup. Let's go, partner. Still got plenty of work to do.
Secretly, I am a fish. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Oh yeah. And that is Jedi Knight. Very appropriate music. Alright, hang on. Let's figure it out. Let's see the numbers. Let's do the math. Hang on. I was kind of collating my thoughts as we were on True Route there, so I don't have anything new to add. So let's clear this up for Consular tomorrow. Let's just wipe the board here. Etch a sketch. By the way, I'm glad you've been enjoying Oni Kuriyami. I do wish you could join us directly, but that's okay. Enjoy the archives. Don't worry. I'm going to keep them updated and uploaded. Even if I keep having issues with that. I'm getting there, Ross. I'm getting there. Alright, so let's do a little math. So we are at... That can't be right. That can't be right. Nope. Negative 29 to story. Negative 29 to story. And you know what's sad is I stand behind that firmly. Trooper was negative 17 for perspective. What, Kira's final thing? Nah. When I became an asteroid? When did I become an asteroid? Hold on. What are you on about? Are you insane, Mr. Red? Is that what this is? I assume you're referring to the outro. That would be negative number 32, 33, and 34. It's a good question, Malachor. Obviously, that's true blind territory for me. There we go. Smuggler did get a net positive. Absolutely. Sorry, I'm pulling math here, so that's, oh my god. Oh my god, that's awful! Story per hour ratio of negative 1.33. Gameplay per hour ratio of negative 0.41. I have not played a single expansion, Ventures. It does, Dr. Winter, and I mean, there's not really a change sufficient to change it, I don't think, so. Correct, Warp Core. Star Trek Online was whatever that is, 804 hours, and Final Fantasy XIV was 2,343.52 hours. Do you mind clarifying how so, Dr. Winter? Will I tabulate some things? I still got some math to do. Type fast! Type fast! Best Jedi Knight Companion. Obvious answer, T7. After that, Kira. She was mostly in a... Nope. I'm going to walk that back. I'm going to walk that back. Next, least bad companion, Scourge. Then, I can't believe I'm saying this, Rusk. Then Kira. And at the bottom of the barrel, in the slime bucket where he belongs... I mean, the only thing I've seen of the expansions you've actually seen with me on camera, and that was the Quat Drive Yards instance, which was a substantial improvement over dungeon design, enemy design, boss design. Like, that was a huge and immediately noticeable improvement in gameplay quality. So if nothing else, I'm hopeful that the gameplay of the expansions will improve. We'll see. Listen, we all know that Kira would be more tolerable if I could romance her. I'm joking. Alright, now I gotta wait for Dr. Winter to finish typing. Ha! That is funny, Dr. Winter, but I think I'm just gonna bake that... No, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna add on one last story negative. Just one. Just one. Good question, Star Wars. If you ever figure it out, let me know. I do have a theory, but it is a pure theory, and I don't have that much evidence to indicate that it's true. Damn it, it's taking me so long, I'm running out of music. There we go. Let's just put on my theme song. Whoops. That, you know what, Warp Core? I stand by that. The Sister of Takuvma is just that bad. That can't be right. Nope, that's right. Can I get a drum roll, please? This is appropriate music. Oh! Oh! Hold up. Hold up. How bad is that? How bad is that? Oh, wow. So, for a bit of perspective, Trooper was negative 15.83. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with how the system works, every negative point is worth more than every positive point because of the nature of the curve, right? It's a rounded curve, or whatever the hell that's called. So, that means that if this was negative 16, for example, that would be substantially worse. Instead, this is not negative 16, it is negative 21.67. That's bad. That would by itself make this the 6th worst game I've ever reviewed. Surpassing Just Cause 4, Lufia 1, Tor Trooper, Mega Man X6, Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14. This. And you know what? I stand by that. Oh no, it's not as bad as Youngblood, which I also stand behind. But it is definitely worse than Just Cause 4. I think we've peaked. I don't think anything's going to surpass that. I think Jedi Knight is the worst class in the game. Tomorrow, we're going to play as Consular, and I'm going to be proven wrong. Oh, God. Just because I opened my big gob. Oh, of course I am, Jay Palmer. Why wouldn't I? Oh, I hope Consular isn't this bad. Ugh.